So, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Freunde, dear guests, it's unusual to see so many people in a live event. We are not used to this anymore. So I'm so happy that we are all here in this wonderful place. I only arrived this morning and had not the opportunity to take part yesterday, but as I hear from some conversations, everybody was very excited and it was a really good program. Actually a program which we say, how we say in German, auf Sicht gefahren. Yeah? We just knew the next day what was going on. We were still planning to do a live event not long ago, but then, for example, last week it was decided that we could not invite all the singers here, but that we have to do this form of event. This is our new normal, and the more I'm happy that you are all here. I have written down all in my paper, so yeah, the symposium today is part of our program, The Other Beethovens, which already started yesterday with Ode for All and Covered Culture. And after the symposium, in the late afternoon and in the evening, we will have trans-traditional concerts of the Trickster Orchestra as part of today's program. The starting point of The Other Beethovens for the Goethe Institute was that we ask ourselves, what can a worldwide operating institution do when it's the jubilee of the composer who was played the most in last year? And one possible approach of us seemed to be to examine the role of Beethoven and classical music in the worldwide cultural context and in the worldwide cultural exchange more closely. One trigger point was the realization that Beethoven, as a child of his time, was interested in non-European exoticisms. He not only reflected upon them, but also proceeded them artistically. And this at a time when classical music of Western European character was increasingly spread in various regions of the world in the course of colonization and missionary work. The aesthetic misunderstandings, influences, possibly also indoctrinations of the other side, which were linked to the phenomena of interest, cultural appropriation and music export, that could already be observed at that times, and it's topics which are interesting for us today as well. Patrick Hahn will later examine Beethoven's interest in the Orient and related questions in more detail at the beginning of his panel with Sandeep Bhagwati. The project started in 2019 with a workshop, and that's what we very often do in the Goethe Institute. We bring together experts from different countries to discuss how we can proceed with programs and what can we do on a special topic. The workshop in Munich with numerous international artists and scholars discussed these and other questions and develop initial ideas for new projects that correspond to these questions. And I just talked to Cathy Milliken, and she said, this workshop was so important for the project because completely new idea came up and triggered the whole going on of this Beethoven project. From this, a number of projects emerged to this day. Exactly, it was 11, I heard. That's a big number of projects, but only 3 can be experienced in this weekend because due to COVID-19, some of the projects had to be postponed or took a longer time to realize. Back to the symposium, Decolonizing Classical Musics. As you might know, for some time, the Goethe Institute has been dealing intensively with questions of decolonization, especially in the context of museum discussions and restitutions. Among other things, it has organized festivals and congresses to provide a forum for various interest groups to exchange ideas on this topic. The focus was primarily on objects and less on so-called immaterial art, such as music. However, in this context, terms such as looted music are used, raising questions similar to those of ownership and a responsible approach to cultural heritage. The increasing number of publications linked to these topics shows that there is an obvious need for exchange in this field. In this respect, the symposium comes at the right time, in my opinion, and is embedded in a lot of activities of the Goethe Institute, together with partners like the Humboldt Forum and others that we are organizing. This afternoon will be opened by a video keynote by musicologist Kofi Agawu, reflecting on the origins. I have to use my paper because I'm curious now what origins. Reflecting on the origins. I read it 3 times, but I didn't read it I learned it by heart. So, on the origins of art music in sub-Saharan Africa and the practice of post-colonial composition. The first impulse is, as I have already mentioned, provided by Patrick Hahn and Sandeep Bhagwati, who will discuss in a listening session historical misunderstandings regarding Oriental topoi in Western classical music and possibilities of establishing a fairer world music ecosystem. After that, the composers Brigitta Muntendorf, Cathy Milliken, Armin Faisabodi, and the singer Svetlana Spajic, who all participated in projects within the framework of the other Beethovens, will address the question of trans-traditional composition and interpretation today. The symposium today will conclude with an outer-national listening session with the philosopher Timothy Morton and the post-colonial thinker Wendy M.K. Shaw, framed by 2 concerts of the Trickster Orchestra, which will address questions of post-colonial transformation musically and in cooperation with virtual guests from Bangkok, Chiang Mai, and Bangalore. How exciting it would be if they all could be here. At the beginning of the planning for this festival, and as this I mentioned, and thus also for the symposium, we assumed a physical event accompanied by a live stream. Corona has disturbed these plans, and so not only the productions, such as last night's Ode for All, which was reworked at short notice so that it could be performed without international singers on site, have changed, but also the symposium. We would have wanted to welcome live Kofi Agawu, who lives in the USA. Since this trip is not possible, he recorded his speech for us shortly before this event. Sandeep Bhagwati would also have liked to come from Zurich to Berlin to share the stage with Patrick Hahn for the second event, but now he has to be connected via video communication, as well as Svetlana Spajic, who should not only have sung last night, but also should have taken part in the panel. They always take part virtually, so this is the typical hybrid format of the future, I think. The whole event will be streamed live and recorded for those who can't come to Berlin and can also be watched on YouTube. And in the end, it is very important for me in such a wonderful but also complicated project to thank all the partners in these projects and all the participants. First of all, our production partner, the Radialsystem, and its great team. And as we discussed in the beginning of today's day, my colleagues were so excited and so thankful to the technical team of the Radialsystem, what they made possible in such short-term time. We thank the BKM, which supported this part of the project taking place in Germany, Elisa Erkelenz, who developed the content of the initial workshop I was talking about, and this symposium together with us, and is responsible for the Trickster concert tonight, the media partner Fan Outer National. I want to thank especially all my colleagues from the Goethe Institute. Nathalie Feldmann, Ghazali Ibrahimi, Nicole Braun, the head of the musical department Jörg Süßenbach, as well as Selin Gündönüm and Reimar Volke from Istanbul, he's also here, and Clemens Streter from Beijing. Without the network of the Goethe Institute, I think this program would not have been possible. And of course, I want to thank all participants, artists and scientists who are involved in the project, and I want to thank you for coming here today. Thank you very much.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Kofi Agau. I teach at the Graduate Center in the City University of New York. Let me start off by saying it's an honor for me to participate in this symposium on decolonizing classical music. I'd like to thank Elisa Erkelenz for the initial invitation and Nathalie Feldman for her help with practical matters. My topic is Composing in the Post-Colony, a Perspective on African Art Music. What comes to mind when you think of African music? Is it this? Or is it this? And so on. Or might it be this? This is your third example. So on. The first and third are probably familiar. Number one is a song from Guinea entitled Kalefa Ba. It features kora player Mbadi Kuyate and his wife, singer Dariatu. Her voice reaches far. She enunciates clearly. Her melody is affecting, and the performance as a whole summons the Monday cosmos. Number three is a popular Southern Ewe dance, Agbaja, from Ghana. It's an index of the communal ethos and polyrhythmic expression that bind singers, dancers, and drummers together in collective action. But what about number two? A solo piano piece with a strong interrogative quality. This piece lacks a consistent pulse, invests in silence, trades in fragmentary gestures, and is essentially telling listeners, listen up, this is music to be contemplated. Is this also African music? Indeed, it is. It's the music of Nigerian composer Joshua Uzoigwe, whose dates are 1946 to 2005. a composer of great originality and enterprise, whose work displays the lineaments of post-colonial composition. Outing a secret. If you did not know about music such as Uzoigwe's, you wouldn't be alone. For you see, a well-kept secret about Africa is the existence of a significant body of art music self-consciously composed by individuals, often notated, usually rehearsed and performed by skilled practitioners for non-participating or minimally participating audiences in designated modern spaces, churches, concert halls, community theaters, and private homes. The example you just heard, Ilulu, belongs to the genre of African pianism. For the composer, the piece is atonal and expressionistic, and indeed some listeners may be reminded of early 20th century European modernism. But Ilulu was composed in 1991, not 1911, and it was recorded in 2003 by Ghanaian-American pianist William Chapman-Nyaho. Why do the major published sources of information on African music, including the periodical literature, routinely ignore this tradition of music, a tradition that has been around since the 19th century? What accounts for its underrepresentation in the work of leading European scholars, Rouget, Kubik, Arome, Ehrlmann, and so on, scholars who have devoted entire lifetimes to the study of African music and oral literature? Let me state the problem in a different way. If I present you with the names Ngugi, Ama, Shoyinka, Achebe, and Chimamanda, many will recognize them as leading African writers. Everyone has read Things Fall Apart, a canonical work of African literary imagination. Yes, it is written in the language of our colonial oppressors, well, sort of, but it inscribes experiences, values, and beliefs that many readers readily identify with. It evinces a post-colonial worldview. If, on the other hand, I were to provide you with another list, this time with the names Showande, Yuba, Tamusuza, and Labi, many of you will probably draw a blank. These are composers. Like their literary colleagues, they are attempting to exercise the African imagination, only this time in the medium of sound. Is there something about sound that impedes the circulation of their work? That seems unlikely. After all, artists like Fela, Angelique Kidjo, and Youssou N'Dour have managed to attract a huge international following from musical performances. Of course, they operate in the realm of urban popular music with its easy media-assisted circulation, not in the realm of art music. What accounts for the markedness of African art music? Well, be assured that I am not here today to sing a song of lament, nor am I going to whine about what Euro-America knows or does not know or does not wish to know about certain African musical practices. Rather, I want to use the existence of this secret to reflect on the entailments of an art music tradition. I will be suggesting that it is precisely the failure, perhaps even refusal, to come to terms with the realities of the post-colony that has impeded appreciation for a tradition whose historical emergence was inevitable, whose affordances for creativity considerable, and whose symbolic value for African modernity very high indeed. So the tradition. Time doesn't allow me to tell the whole story of African art music in this talk, so I'll make brief mention of two countries in which the tradition is thriving, Nigeria and Ghana. Art music owes its origins to the twin forces of missionization and colonization. Music played an important role in the realization of the goals of the missionary project, while colonial education provided avenues for the cultivation of musical interest through singing, playing of instruments, and in a few cases, composing. In his 1995 book on Nigerian art music, Bode Omojola lists and discusses the work of composers like Ashinvu, Akpabot, Bankole, Ekweme, Yuba, probably the most prominent of them, Ndubuisi, Nzewi, Omojola himself, Sado, Showande, the father of Nigerian art music, and Uzoegwe, whose music we heard earlier. And there's no comparable single source for the Ghanaian story, but well-known figures like Ephraim Amu, Kwabdan Ketia, Nayu, Jimalabi, the late Ken Kafui, and George Dorr have been the subject of individual studies, including self-studies. What kind of heritage do these composers possess? The first thing to note is that the heritage is multiple and eclectic. It stems from community-based traditional music. This is the music with the strongest claims to being of pre-European origin, probably like the Agbaja we heard earlier. Modifications of this tradition into new traditional forms, the ubiquitous popular music of Cuban, American, and British origins, and perhaps most important for our purposes in the symposium, selected European repertories, including hymns, simple classics, Gilbert and Sullivan operas, and a little encounter with the music of 20th century composers. You can see why I characterize the heritage as multiple and eclectic. Let me dwell for a moment on the European part of that heritage by citing a revealing source, the so-called seminary tunes published in 1907 by the Basel missionaries in Ghana and aimed at Twi-speaking tutors and students of the Ekropon Seminary. I'll share my screen and just show you the title page of that document. So you can see that it says seminary tunes, so you probably want to see the whole thing. So here, seminary tunes for the use of the seminary. Twi is the language, Akropong is the city, and the year is 1907. I'm going to say a few things about this. But while we're here, I just want to look ahead to the next slide that I have and ask you to hear this in your head if you can. This is a piece I will talk about in a minute. Full marks will go to whoever is able to identify this piece. Okay. So let me get on now and tell you a little bit about the seminary tunes. This compilation of 125 tunes served as a kind of musical Bible and profoundly influenced individuals like Amu, Nketia, and Arodansu, all of whom attended or taught at the seminary and who later became well-known composers. Three things stand out about this document of missionization. First, in assembling a musical diet for Africans whose souls were also being targeted for redemption, the Basel missionaries included work by a handful of well-known composers like Handel, spelled with the umlaut, Mozart, Beethoven, and Mendelssohn, alongside numerous works by lesser-known composers like Klein, Naegeli, Becker, Stern, Voigtländler, Kreutzer, and numerous others. Secondly, the musical material consists of chorales, opera choruses, and excerpts from oratorios, all fitted with tree words, not necessarily translations of the original texts. And there's one interesting exception, which is the Hallelujah chorus from Handel's Messiah, which retained the composer's original English text. But perhaps most interesting in the compilation are adaptations of secular instrumental melodies for this religious context. And this is where the example that I asked you to look at comes into play. We may have to have you look at it again. It's actually the theme from the slow movement of Beethoven's Appassionata Sonata, here transformed into a hymn-like song and fitted with the words, "Good God, let's fear the Lord." A third feature of this compilation is the harmonic idiom. The harmonic idiom is firmly tonal in the common practice sense of the term. Hierarchic structures anchored by a tonic dominant polarity control the movement at phrase levels. Secondary dominants are used occasionally, but there are few extended modulations. African composers brought up in such a milieu later found it impossible to escape the regimes of syntax and vocabulary imposed by this music. Regimes, it must be said, that were initially antithetical to those of indigenous musical expression. The result was a form of colonization, a colonization of musical consciousness, if you like. Sampling sound worlds. Now, I've dwelt on this 1907 compilation, Seminary Tunes, because I believe some such body of music lies behind the tonal thinking of most composers of Black African art music. Exposure and training don't tell the whole story, however. We also need to take into account the choices made by individual composers. Again, in the interest of time, I will first show a few pages of score, and this will constitute the visual evidence, if you like. And then we will listen to brief excerpts from 3 works. This will be the oral evidence. And by the way, more information can be found in numerous articles by Yuba, Omojola, Oluranti, Scherzinger, Dor, and others. So take a look at this score here. It's from Jima Labi's Timpani Concertino. I've just given you 2 bars of the music, or 2 sort of large segments of the music. This is from 1993. And then over here, a piece by Seun Owaje. This is a dramatic work. You can see the instrumentation laid out here. And here's a page from later on in the same piece with all these clusters. And next is an older piece by Ephraim Amu. As you can see, he likes to write a lot of triplets, as you can see, so you can get some sense of the rhythmic feel of this piece. And finally, does this seem familiar? This is the piece that we just listened to, Uzo Igwe's piano piece that I played at the beginning. Okay, so let me stop my share now and continue with my talk. Even this glance at the notation will convey something of what composing in the post-colony entailed. Titles, instrumentation, rhythm, harmony, melody, and style all signify multiply. I'd like just to have us listen to 3 excerpts from the works of African pianism, a work by Jima Labi, another by Bongani Ndodana Breen, and a third one by Akin Yuba. So 3 examples of African pianism. And here's the first by Jima Labi. I better set this up by telling you that this is a piece called Earth Beats. It's one of 5 dialects for piano. The pounding fury of the opening soon yields to a more lyrical, Akan-flavored material. But the drama of that opening is unfinished business, and the composer will return to it from time to time in the work. Here is Labi's Earth Beats. Akan-flavored section. And so on. Labi's Earth Beats. I want to play you another example, this one by Bongani Ndodana Breen. It's a piece called Flowers in the Sand, and it offers a different kind of temporal experience, a non-linear experience perhaps, as if sounds were being projected into space. Muted utterances form amidst a quiet and circular doodling. Here's Ndodana Breen's Flowers in the Sand. And so on. And thirdly and finally, I'll play you a little bit of Akin Yuba's Igba Kerin. Here is the inventor of African pianism himself with a lively composition that sports a huge choreographic supplement. Indeed, a lot of West African art music lives here. should say that there are hundreds and hundreds of such works in various genres: chamber music, art songs, choral music, operas, including folk operas, orchestral music, and so on. I doubt that any fair-minded critic would dismiss this music out of hand, or discourage people from listening to it, or deprioritize it in surveys of African music. So why does the African art music tradition remain little known? Resisting African art music. Saul Bellow once famously said, quote, "When the Zulus produce their Tolstoy, we will read him," end of quote. Lurking behind that seemingly innocent claim is skepticism about the abilities of others, those others being Blacks, people of color, non-Western people. Choose your umbrella. If we take Saul Bellow at his word, the standard for measuring African art music's worth will be set by a member of the European avant-garde, and I dare not mention any names here. By these lights, pitch organization in African art music, for example, may seem conservative. Aspects of this music may seem displaced from the Euromodern, as if the century from 1820 to about 1920 simply didn't happen. By this argument, critics claim that African composers are writing music that has, as it were, been previously written. They are, in effect, rewriting the West's achievements, taking us back instead of forward. But to pursue this claim of a temporal displacement, you would have to imagine a linearity to European musical history that is simply false. Yes, conventional narratives have it that tonal harmony, for example, became increasingly chromatic in the 19th century and reached a high point in the atonal music of the early decades of the 20th. But the aftermath of the 1920s, not only in jazz, blues, or popular music, but in some styles of classical music, like minimalism or post-minimalism, could hardly be described as progressive complexification of harmony. What we witness instead are new patterns of co-presence in the parameters of a work. It is this recontextualization that accounts for some of the novelty in African art music. Occluding the post-colonial condition. Now, if the quality argument is, as it were, porous, we must look elsewhere for an explanation of our secret. Could it be a poor understanding of the very conditions of the musical post-colony, the complex layers of sedimented cultural and stylistic influences, and the values that shape the choices made subjectively by individual composers? If so, what we need is a thick description of the worlds that each individual composer inhabits. Again, such a construction will be beyond the scope of a short talk like this. We might gain some insight, however, by reflecting on two terms that are mainstays of post-colonial criticism: hybridity and essentialism. Hybridity. So central to post-colonial expression, or so the story goes, is hybridity, the interaction of elements of different, sometimes radically different provenance. At first sight, compositions such as Labis or Yubas or Ozoigwe's may be described as hybrid. There are problems with deploying that term, however. First is the implication that other compositions are non-hybrid or even pure, presumably the opposing term. Is Ozoigwe's music beholden to hybridity in a way that Brahms's or Stravinsky's works are not? To raise the question is to expose the fragility of the claim. For by the time you are done excavating the various topoi that animate the music of Mozart or Mahler, Debussy or Britten, Stravinsky or Kurtag, you'll probably become wary of the actual existence of non-hybrid musical material. The second problem is the failure to historicize hybridity instead of hypostatizing it. We need to follow the changing meanings of the interacting elements and grant that something judged to be hybrid in one time period may lose that aura in a subsequent period. The third problem concerns the pejorative associations of the term, the implication that it betrays some kind of divided consciousness, shall we say. It is not at all clear that a composer who routinely combines 3-against-2 rhythms with authentic cadences and asymmetrical phrase construction is plagued by a divided consciousness. In language use, code switching comes naturally to speakers of a Creole language. The musical equivalent of linguistic code switching is a more elusive proposition, however, because the codes themselves bleed at their edges, relinquishing any autonomy they might possess. So, to imply that individuals are laboring under competing allegiances because of the diverse origins of their materials is to mischaracterize this aspect of musical creativity. It is, in fact, to erect borders where none exist. Essentialism. Another challenge to the reception of African art music is the reliance, sometimes overtly, other times covertly, on essentialist attributes. Let me approach this problem by way of an anecdote. One of my students told me of a visiting European composer who had gone to Ghana to run a composition workshop. He would constantly enjoin the African students to be themselves. Now, when a European tells you to be yourself, when he seems to know in advance what sonic form that self should take, you might wish to be alert to a looming ideological imposition. For this particular instructor, the essentialized African sound is evidently rhythmic, and so be yourself means write music that is rhythmically complex, where incidentally complexity is to be judged from a European perspective, a perspective that almost certainly excludes the subtle sedimentations of language in African rhythmic expression. An obstacle to the open reception of African art music thus develops from this desire to see Africans thinking African musical thoughts. A post-colonial perspective would reposition essentialism as a strategic choice. It would not deny those patterns of musical investment that history and anthropology have shown to be valid, but it would struggle against and indeed reject the undercomplicating of our lived experience. To decolonize or not. I've been urging a more nuanced understanding of the post-colony, but since coloniality and missionization are key historical enablers of African art music, I must, in closing, make a comment about recurrent calls for decolonization. Decolonization here presumably refers not to the discourse about music, the writings of scholars and critics, but to the discourse of the music itself, including the very structures that enable composition. So what would it mean to decolonize African art music? Historically, decolonization has typically engendered two kinds of reaction, one a turning inwards and the other a turning outwards. One turns inwards to reclaim indigenous territory, including knowledge and expression, presumably under a real or perceived threat from outside forces. Language and its associated thought systems are the key vehicles for executing this turn. There is, however, a reciprocal turn to the outside, this outside carrying both spatial and temporal valencies. For if the point of turning inwards is to recover something lost, the ultimate test of that recovery is that it engender new, presumably more grounded forms of creativity. These new forms, in turn, are aimed at contemporary audiences. In addressing what we might call the post-colonial contemporary, then, the artist is simultaneously concerned with past residue and future prospect, as well as local and translocal reception. A number of African composers have already taken steps in this direction. Uzoigwe, for example, studied a set of Igbo-tuned drums, ukom, and extracted elements and processes from that study for use in composition. He was seeking to ground his work in an African sound field, not only affectively, but structurally. Similarly, Nketia in the 1940s drew inspiration from the dirges sung by his grandmother in Mampong. He did this to produce new music with aspirations to transcend the local while also addressing a contemporary imperative. So it would not be an exaggeration to say that African composers have been engaged in modest decolonial acts. These tentative steps typically take an incorporative stance rather than a separatist one. So instead of imagining an art music tradition purged of ostensible European influence, that's simply a chimera, African composers have sought change from within, transforming existing materials and practices, the things we came to meet, we would say, in response to new awakenings. It's all a gradual process. Finally, it bears repeating that Europe's desires for decolonization are shaped by its histories and experiences of its actors. So even if the underlying impulses resonate with Africa's, we must not assume that we share the same goals. So instead, for example, of exporting Europe's neuroses about its influential figures to the erstwhile colonies, we might allow those who wish to creatively appropriate things tagged as colonial, including Beethoven, by the way, to do so, especially when such appropriation seems obviously empowering. In making this concession, notions of whiteness or Europeanness will not be wielded as self-evident categories when it comes to creativity. Creative practices are fields of possibility shared by others, fields that may be tagged with different colors, black, brown, or yellow. In this way, African composers will not be cast into a defensive mode when it comes to justifying their work. They will not be sent on a wild goose chase seeking to identify non-white spaces that they can call their own, spaces that are thought to be different. They will read the injunction to be yourself pragmatically and opportunistically. In short, the cat is by now out of the bag. African art music may not have attained the degrees of salience achieved by popular music or traditional music, but its composers are thriving within a pluralistic soundscape. This music's potential is enormous, comparable perhaps to the potential of African literary and theatrical production that has proved seminal to the discourses of post-colonial theory and world literature. It may in fact be that as calls to action, post-colonialism inscribes a different set of priorities from decolonization. The futures imagined by post-coloniality tend to provincialize Euro-America, whereas those associated with decolonization remain fixated on pasts denied by Europe. The distinction is not absolute, of course, but it points to different priorities. The African art music tradition that I have described in this paper seeks to inscribe a modernity that undergoes constant redefinition. The tradition is dynamic. For the purposes of this symposium, then, its entailments are meant to sound a few cautionary notes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Hahn. I am based in Cologne. And my partner in this listening session, Sandeep Bhagwati, is translocalized in his home office in Zurich. Hello, Sandeep, can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Hello.
So I also want to thank, of course, Kofi Agawu for these precautionary, preliminary notes to this symposium. And of course, I also want to thank the team of Goethe Institute and Elisa Erkelenz to forcing me to always question my work, working for a big traditional institution, a symphonic orchestra. And when I was on my way to Berlin, it was sometimes a little hard to focus on the question of a possible decolonization of classical music. The question of de-audienced presentations of music or post-public concerts seem to be much more urgent, and the question of a cultural hybridity has a completely different notion in a setup as the one we are currently experiencing. Talking about representation would be a different thing if everybody was present. But luckily, art is always faster than theory, and so I was happy to experience yesterday the performance by Cathy Milliken as well as Brigitta Muntendorf and Morton, who were already giving a notion of new means of production and performance in the post-presentistic era. Furthermore, this time, in which we are witnessing the collapse of the experiencing machine formerly known as classical concert, is maybe the perfect moment to reflect on a history of domination, underrepresentation, and colonization in the classical music business. A discussion which arrives in the realms of classical music again later than in all other arts, seemingly underlining the presumption that music is an art of late times. Moments of decay are often moments of insight. In his keynote, Kofi Agawu has made it clear that we have to read the title of this symposium carefully and not forget the question mark that it bears at the end. As Kofi Agawu has shown, the perspective of decolonizing classical musics may again impose voluntarily, involuntarily paternalistic treatment to musical traditions, of which we knew too few to make a judgment. His proposal of a post-colonial perspective on music, with a therefore necessarily ahistoric, non-normative approach, is nothing more and nothing less than the request of ending les grands récits, the grand narratives, and replacing them by micro-narratives, which is maybe exactly what we are trying to do now with our collection of thick descriptions of several musical examples. In our remote listening session, we want to explore the complexity of systems of inherited and appropriated conceptions expressed in musical works from the 18th to the 21st century. The title of this listening session is inspired by an essay that Sandeep has written. Listen back, please. Sandeep, do you want to explain us where this title comes from, what it means?
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. And before I start, I would like to also thank Elisa Erkelenz and Natalie Feldman, their for all the support in the discussion that led up to this meeting today. So, listen back is an essay that I wrote a year ago for my Arch National. And the title has several layers. It has been translated in the feed. I can see that as standard activities, which is the original association in the German Zurückhören bitte sounds a lot like Zurückbleiben bitte, a familiar call for people who use it in Berlin. But for me, listen back is also has another connotation. There's a famous book by Pico Iyer, a literary theorist, who wrote a book called The Empire Writes Back to explain the phenomenon that the Booker Prize and other literary prizes had been won by many people from the former colonies, like Salman Rushdie or Ben Okri. It therefore speaks to a kind of change in the way that exotism works. In many ways, exotism is a listening. You listen to others, but you listen to them in order to incorporate their whatever they can bring into your own practice, into your own system, and into your own value system. So Osterhammel, a German historian who wrote a wonderful article about the global history of European art music, said that global media capitalism has turned the universal importance and applicability of European art music into a profitable business model. So this is a kind of exotic way of approaching the world. You solve your own problems with the help of the world. And listening back to me is another perspective. Listen in order to question practices. So it's listening in order to understand that one's own position in the world. That was the subtitle. And the third listen back, I'll finish in a moment, was an admonition to the German audiences. Because I'm a North American academic too now, and steeped in the North American discourses, French discourses. And I noticed that in Germany, when you discuss decolonization, it's as if Germany didn't have any colonial history, and also as if Germany didn't have any history of discourse about other peoples, about other musics. And that's not true. Osterhammel in his article shows how many roots in German thinking could be interesting for this discussion. One particular quote that I would like to read out here. It says, the Greek, the Turks, the Persian, the Chinese, the American native, whose scales from which they build their melodies diverge from ours to such an extent that we are unable to find the tiniest bit of order and beauty in them, nevertheless have a beautiful music because they like it and because they will find the same disorder in our music than that we are prone to find in theirs. So this sentence is translated from the German.
When was this written? When was this written?
Yeah.
But when was this written?
1788. So there's an awareness of an equality of musics that in the 19th century then got superseded by a history of a narrative of the superiority of Western music, of Western music as the end and the pinnacle of music development in the world. And listening back means also listening back to these voices.
So I'd just try to start with our first listening back example. And I would like to start with a look back on the desktop of a well-known composer of the early 19th century, who has listened very carefully to the introductory words of Mr. Ebert, knows exactly who I'm talking about. But please don't tell the others. We know that this person has not only intensively read the writings by religious authors like Christoph Christian Sturm, but that he has also kept sentences from the Egyptian philosophy on his working desk, and furthermore also made some excerpts from Indian scripture in his diary. There are several proofs for his interest in cultures and spirituality of outer European regions, but still we have to be careful how to judge them. The scholar, looking for a deeper insight into the creational process of the grand composer, may be a little bit deceived when he finds out that many of these notations are of rather anecdotic interest. When the composer notes that there are architectural works that date back more than 9,000 years, which is fragment 94a in his diary, that he is fascinated by the 5-year-long silence that the novice in the Brahmanian monasteries has to show, fragment 94c, when he remarks that one should not bother about the presentation of the lingam, as this is also a limb that God has created for man, 94e, and when he thinks it was worth noting that in some Hindu tribes, women were allowed to marry several men. In notations like these, you can see the composer's general interest in the other culture, and one can very well imagine him mentioning some of these exotic facts in a conversation. Of course, you have guessed whom I'm speaking about. Yes, indeed, Ludwig van Beethoven, whose anniversary was an occasion for the Goethe Institute to launch this symposium. Beethoven's interest for the Orient appears not as an exceptional case, but as a result of the general zeitgeist. Since Herder published for the first time Blumen aus morgenländischen Dichtern gesammelt, which Beethoven knew, he had made excerpts from 12 of these poems and has set to music 3 of them. Since Friedrich Schlegel had published his book about the language and wisdom of the Indians, the Orient has become an important space for longing and projection of the European self. It has left deep marks on the European thinking, from Herder to Schlegel, Goethe, and foremost Schopenhauer, and via Schopenhauer also back to music, if you think about the influence his philosophy had on a mind like Richard Wagner. Now I have talked so long, and we have listened to so few music in our listening session yet, something I have to change immediately. And for my first music example, I would like to present one of the most commonplace pieces by Beethoven, which nevertheless bears a mysterious reference to Oriental music. Jan, please. Thank you. Of course, you recognize the piece. Of course, it was the finale of Beethoven's 9th Symphony. And the first noise you heard, we cannot even call it a tone, it's rather a noise from a newly invented instrument, which was at the time played by double bass players. It's the double bassoon, contrafagot, which was an instrument basically used for open-air music and not a music for the concert hall, paired with small flutes, piccolo fluten, which was a totally military instrument, so also a kind of an open-air instrument, music coming from the outside. And then, of course, the percussion instruments, which produce this kind of Janica, this kind of Turkish appearance. Slavoj Žižek has said that, well, this is endangering the European character of this music, and so many scholars have thought, what does this mean? This topic has caused difficulties for the interpreters of the symphonic finale, to an extent that authors have preferred not to care too much about it. Or, in the words of the American musicologist Lawrence Kramer, the most distinguished recent criticism largely skirts the issue, even though it bears directly on the professed aim of affirming universal brotherhood. Some of the first reviewers have regarded this musical bit as a strong contrast against the refinement of the rest of the piece. But why evoke this band of brothers with music that putatively belongs to the traditional enemy of European and especially of Viennese people and their civilization? I will leave this question open at this point to look at an even more obscure or lesser known example which may give us more insight. Yes, Sandeep, you have to just...
I just want to add a little part, because often being influenced by reflects later development of other peoples, other civilizations around the world who encounter Western music and these are finished.
Sandeep, we don't understand you. Can you repeat, please?
Okay, so I just wanted to remark that this example is very interesting because it shows the same influence. Beethoven was influenced by military band. And this is the same way that classical music traveled in the to other civilizations. So other civilizations were primarily encountered through military band and open air music. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it seems that in the audience people understood you better than I on stage. Yeah, they suggest that it's because of the headphones.
As a noise cancelling system, distorts the voice quality. It's just an assumption.
Maybe you can speak without your headphones or choose a different microphone in your settings.
I can. 1 second. It's the microphone. Better now?
Speak on, please.
Yes, if I'm speaking, you hear me? You understand?
Well, the beginning was good. Now it's getting worse again.
Okay, so maybe it's not my microphone.
So maybe you can just continue to develop your thought, because then they try to improve the acoustic quality of your voice.
My thought was finished, actually.
I can't believe it. I think you have a second one.
I'm a one-third.
One-third person. This is...
Please go on with the next example.
Well, if you don't mind, I try to go on, and maybe we can do some miracles meanwhile. Because besides this finale of the Ninth Symphony, there's another piece in Beethoven's catalogue where he makes use of Turkish music. It is part of the incidental music for the Ruins of Athens, music written to accompany a piece by August von Kotzebue, written for the opening of the new theatre in Pest in 1812 and reworked by Strauss and Hofmannsthal in 1912. The piece tells the story of Athene, who had been asleep for 2,000 years and wakening finds her hometown Athens in ruins and in the hands of the Ottomans. She wants to agitate the people to stand up against the enemy. She decides to look for help in the Habsburgian Empire, where she arrives during the opening ceremonies of the new theatre, lives the success of the Muses, and together with Zeus, she crowns the Emperor of France. On the first glance, this is a typical example of white supremacy, of the victory of the civilized over the barbarians. But interestingly, Beethoven has not only composed an à la mode Turkish march for this incidental music, but furthermore a choir of dervishes, which has attracted the attention of many other composers because it goes beyond the typical Viennese classical exotic special effects music. Significantly, Camille Saint-Saëns, a composer who has very often traveled to the Orient and let himself inspire vastly through Oriental music, and who has composed a Turkish march for the ascension to the throne of Ottoman Sultan Mehmed Rezat V, he was one of the first to assume that the chorus was not based on Beethoven's inspiration only. After watching a Mevlevli Zema ceremony in Cairo, Saint-Saëns suggested in a letter to a friend that certainly there must have existed a transcription the composer drew upon. As he states in the letter of 1897, in my opinion, it's impossible that Beethoven, through the simple intuition of the genius, could have thought it up. He must have had an authentic document at his disposal. I'm going to play you Camille Saint-Saëns' piano arrangement of this dance. Yeah, this was the example from the ruins of Athens through the lens of Camille Saint-Saëns. And the Turkish musicologist Feza Tansu has identified the source which Beethoven most likely had at his disposal as Jean-Antoine Duloir, a merchant and traveler who visited Istanbul in 1639 in the company of the French ambassador, spending a few months in the city. The letters he wrote to his Turkish acquaintances living in France during the course of his travels were mostly published as Les Voyages du Sieur du Loir in 1645. In his letters, he also mentioned divan music and gave a detailed account of his observation on Mevlevi music, including transcriptions. Tansu gives several proofs that strongly link these pieces with each other. Is there anything we can learn from this seemingly incidental piece of music and Beethoven in general? The most obvious trait of Sufi music is that it goes beyond the aesthetic sphere. Music is a means to get driven into an ecstatic state of mind and being and connect through this ecstasy with the deity. This sort of enthusiasm, as the Greeks would call it, seems to me one of the strongest motivations for Beethoven as a composer who always wanted to step out of the aesthetic sphere. Maybe on a less much superficial way, Beethoven's readings and researches in outer European spirituality and music have informed his composing than we might think, looking for typical traces of exoticism. Orienting Beethoven could mean, in a literal sense, let us leave the world of our Occidental conceptions. Well, that was my one thought. Do you have another? Did you find one?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Much better.
Yes. You described a history that I find interesting too, because it speaks of something that is perceived as a loss. So in my first intervention, I said that there's one way of listening to other cultures, and that is the one that will help you fix problems that you see in your own culture, and which I call exoticist. And in your description of this piece, you also mentioned this added dimension that seemed to have been lost. And one could write the entire history of European exoticism and the entire history of musical exoticism as something that tries to find a kind of extra flavor, extra quality in musics outside the Western sphere that one perceives to have lost in one's own musical tradition, in one's own musical life. So a large part of the exotic interest in other music might lie in the fact that they are more connected to daily life than a concert in a Western city might suggest to the musician, or that they are more spiritual, or that they are more connected with issues that concern people directly. All of these reasons might have led composers to be interested in music beyond their own practice in the West. And that is a different narrative than the colonialization narrative, which is always about power and dominance. Here it is about weakness and or perceived lack of resources that the composers try to compensate by finding replacements from other sources.
I mean, the most famous example for this was maybe already Rousseau, who invented this conception, this edlen Wilden. How would you translate it into English?
A noble savage.
The noble savage. And but I think in Beethoven the case is a little bit different, because I think he also transformed himself in a way through this experience. But what's typical for Beethoven where he is typical for many of his contemporaries, is that all he knew about other cultures he knew from books. So the experience of traveling was actually rather new. What is for you an early example of someone who has really traveled to another culture and experienced a different culture, and who was open for influences of these experiences?
Yeah, the example that I brought for this, one of the examples that I brought, is by William Hamilton Byrd.
Not the William Byrd, the British composer?
He's a British composer from the 18th century, and he was sent to India, to Calcutta, to provide entertainment for the colonial settlement there. So his task was to organize concerts and generally create cultural events in Calcutta. While he was there, he encountered a very flourishing subculture of culture within the colonial settlement, which was led mainly by ladies who were in close contact and were very interested in Indian music, in Indian classical music, and who tried to hear as many concerts and as many performances of Indian classical music at the time. And some of them even learned it, and to the purpose of learning it, they tried to transcribe this music and to make it something that they could practice with. And Byrd used these transcriptions to create harpsichord pieces that he then published in a big album called Oriental Miscellany. And here's one of these pieces called Ragni, which is a short form of, the female form of Rag.
Yeah, these were two different pieces.
This was one piece, and the recording we hear is not what Hamilton wrote. Only the last part, where you heard a harmonized melody, was written by Hamilton. The first part was reconstituted by Jane Chapman, the harpsichordist who recorded this album of Orientalism, which was the practice then too in Europe, that you publish the bare bones of a piece and then it's interpreted and ornamented according to a local tradition. And Hamilton Bird could safely assume that the ladies who he wrote this for would know the Indian context and would thereby extemporize or improvise in the Indian style. So that's what Jane Chapman tried to get. The melody itself is, of course, only a song that in India called the bandish, that would be at the center of a long improvisation or the backbone to a long improvisation. And this particular bandish was recorded by Sophia Plowden, William Hamilton's most important source. So, in fact, Hamilton was just a conduit for the conversation of Sophia Plowden with Jane Chapman over several centuries. What I find interesting in this in this writing down of Indian music is, of course, the constant complaint by William Hamilton Bird that one of the difficulties in transcribing this music is that the Indian musicians never do the same thing, that they never play it twice for him so that he can actually write it down. There was no tape recorder, which helped musicologists in later centuries to record exactly and then write down, transcribe music. And that captures, in a sense, one of the difficulties that Patrick mentioned for composers living in Europe, and also for those coming back. Even Stockhausen later mentions that you might be enchanted in a temple in Bali by a beautiful kind of sound of music, but when you come home, how do you transport this experience to your listeners in Europe? So even in the 1960s and 70s, when Stockhausen, who we will hear later, wrote about the same problem, this was still an unsolved question. And you can see it here in the piece. He tries to harmonize it in a European manner. It almost sounds like opera, but it is an Indian, supposed to be an Indian melody, which we cannot hear except if Jane Chapman reinvigorates it by her Indian-style extemporizations.
And of course, we are facing the same difficulty with transcribing Indian music for a keyboard that we also experience when we are trying to transcribe Arabic music for the keyboard, because the Indian music is also based on shruti, which are also intervals which are smaller than our European intervals, right?
Yes, that's one of the major difficulties. Sophia Plowden, who is the source of this and whose letters are well documented, who moved back, who learned the style, and moved back to England later in her life and actually sang Indian music for British audiences. She always said that tuning the harpsichord was difficult, because it was difficult to tune in the Indian microtones, which she apparently tried to do. But secondly, that the harpsichord doesn't hold these tunings very long, so she might tune it just before the concert, and in the concert the tuning would be gone again. So the technology for transporting microtonal music into the Western keyboard system was not yet invented at the time.
Something that I also find very interesting about Bird is that he was actually a representative of the colonial power. He was working for the West Indian Company, or what was the exact name?
Yeah, West India Company.
And but still, he's an example how colonization, besides its negative influences, also promotes the cultural exchange. One of the things that Kofi Agabo mentioned.
Exactly. I mean, one of the things that we can see that music was one of the few contact zones between local elites and the foreigners who came as colonizers. One of the few spaces where, especially in early colonization until the 1850s, where colonizers and the colonized could meet on a quasi-equal footing. There are countless accounts of colonial officials who became enamored with musics outside their own language and tried to promote them, listen to them whenever they could, and vice versa. So Indian musicians of the time also write of the impact of Handel. There was a huge Handel festival in Kolkata, all in the late 18th century. And as the time went on, all of this changed, and the military gangs took over, and the missionaries took over, and European supremacy took over.
Your example brings to my mind another composer, which maybe not so many people know. He's also an example of someone who had to leave Europe, but this time not for professional reasons, but for the reason that he was unable to work in his profession. He was facing a ban of doing his job as a musician, not because of a pandemic, but because of his religious orientation. He was part of the Christian socialist cult of the Saint-Simonists, whose members were forbidden to work in France in 1832. I'm speaking about the French composer Félicien David. Together with 12 friends, writers and musicians, he left Marseille in 1833 for a pilgrimage to the Promised Land. Feverishly, the Paris society was following their expedition through newspapers and journals. In the living rooms of the Paris Society, Félicien David's trip was received like the adventures from 1001 Night. As the travels became more and more difficult, the pestilence in the Arabic countries was threatening, the group diminished increasingly, and finally only Félicien David, his friend Gramal, their camel, and the piano it was carrying, prepared for the austere conditions in the desert, were remaining. Félicien David was for sure not the first artist who fell in love with the exotic beauty of the Orient. Though militarily unsuccessful, the campaign of Napoleon in Egypt enabled artists and scientists to see with their own eyes what they knew until then only from the novels by Abbé Terrasson or the travel reports by Constantin François Volney. But Félicien David was probably the first composer who visited the Arab countries in order to collect the local music and proceeded in his works. Nobody before him captured the vastness and the silence of the exotic world in the characteristic colors he offered as he did in his oratorio Le Désert. David has conceived Le Désert together with the libretto writer Auguste Collin for speaker, tenor, male choir and orchestra, and it depicts the arrival of a caravan, a storm in the desert, the calm after the storm, the continuation of the travel, and the praise of Allah. The chant of a muezzin, which David incorporated for the first time into his piece, has left a strong impression on the audience. The tenor had to sing it with an Arabic text.
Salam alaykum, alaykum el salam.
this was an example from the oratory Le Désert, the desert. And for me, it's the unique connection of French charms and colorful instrumentation and borrowings from the Arab music is not special only, but it also met the pulse of the times. His symphonic ode was not only repeated in Paris several times after the premiere, but within short times the piece was to be heard in Lyon, Marseille, Germany, Austria, Italy, Hungary, and even in New York, where it had been performed 14 times, promoted by composer-conductors such as Felix Mendelssohn and Giacomo Meyerbeer. Is this way of incorporating the chant of a muezzin a kind of looting? Sandeep?
Maybe not. I think the context is one where there's a genuine interest by a person, by an individual. And the French example is very interesting in that regard because French Orientalism has been the most intense over the 19th century, especially in music and in other cultural forms. The British colonized not that interested in culture in general. And the interest of French artists in other cultures did not align with the global interest of the government. So they were interested in Arabic culture, which was not colonized, Persian culture, which was not colonized by the French. And yeah, so they had a different take. So you can complicate a bit the history of the colonization of colonization exotism by especially the French context, where you hear a lot of. David was not the only one. There were many more following up over the next century, up to Debussy, and the French the World Exhibition 1899. It was the first time that major artists, musicians of the West could actually experience live some other musics than the one that they were used to. So this whole trajectory is very interesting just because there is always a connection with power and military, but it's not the only way to approach another culture. And I think David was one example where it didn't happen in the colonial manner.
I agree, because the context that David builds in this piece is rather one which tries to preserve the characteristic of a muezzin chant despite all the strings covering it, exposing it rather than appropriating it within a landscape of very personal perceptions of a foreign country and landscape. And this, we have to emphasize it, in contrast to the terrible piano pieces he wrote for the Paris living rooms, which include all cliches and prejudices about Orientalism one can imagine. Therefore, I think it is emblematic that David had to leave his piano in the desert. The Bedouins destroyed it when David was playing their melodies on it. They were damned right to do so from a purely musical perspective, as before the synthesizer was developed, it was impossible to play microtonal steps, of which the makamat are built on the keys of a Western piano. Yes,
That was actually a big project in the Arabian world, Cairo and in Beirut, to build an Arabian piano. And some composers even contacted Western piano builders if they would not collaborate with them on an Arabian piano, an Arabian tuned piano, which required all kinds of adjustments, not only to retune the strings, but the retuning of the way, rearrangation of the tension on the frame and so on. And of course, a way of building the piano that it would withstand chromatic additions in Arab countries. And this project never really, there was some interest, I don't remember the exact company, but there was some interest in building the piano, but then wars and everything else happened and it never actually came to fruition. And then the synthesizer arrived and this problem was somehow solved.
But traveling has also changed a lot in the 20th century, and one composer who basically traveled the whole world was Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, and he was also one of the first to develop a conception of world music. And when we were talking about what we were going to listen today, we thought Stockhausen should be someone who should not be missed, because with him you can find all the ambiguities of the whole discourse united in one person. On the one hand, really lucid observations and great ideas, but on the other hand, also treatments of appropriations which are to be seen critical.
Yeah, there are two aspects. Stockhausen is really a very complicated figure because he's at the same time really visionary in his thinking of world music. I think you have a quote for later. And at the same time, he is totally a child of his time, of the 60s, where practically everyone in every country, all the elites he would meet on his travels, were convinced that the Western way of living was the best way. That the goal for them to evolve towards was European lifestyle and European art and European culture. So also the composers of African pianism that Kofi Agabo mentioned, their aim was to be part of that cultural mainstream, which they perceived as the ultimate mainstream at the time. Criticism of this set in later, but not when Stockhausen wrote the piece that we're going to hear, Stimmung. And that piece is in itself a little break with his own environment, certainly influenced by his travels. One is that it is a ritual more than a concert. Every time you hear Stimmung, you really have the feeling that you're participating at some pure ritual that the 6 people do on stage, and that you are really not really included in what goes on. You can participate, you can hear it, but it's not made for you. So that's a radical break with the concert tradition. And the second thing that he also, introduced was the concept of an elaborate drone, which is surely got from non-Western encounters. And the elaborated drone on a major 7th overtone chord was also revolutionary in the context, of course, of his own avant-garde tradition that had favorized other tonalities or other sonorities at the time that he wrote it. So all this is a break, and at the same time, he uses the names of foreign gods, of foreign spiritual entities, as if there were statues that he had looted from his travels that he brought with him. So all these invocations to Vishnu, Shiva, and all other kinds of gods, counterbalanced with sound productions that could appear to be mocking these names, we'll hear that in this example, could be viewed critically in contemporary context.
Maybe we hear the example now that you have an impression. This was the whole example from Stimmung. You have to imagine 6 people sitting in a circle and singing in this way for about 1 hour. And yeah, there are other places that we could have quoted. One of my favorite spots is when he makes the pun "Salam alaikum salami," and there is also one spot where he's talking about the kakamel. So actually, if you were just looking at it with open eyes, you would say this is white supremacy in a pure form, and also colonialism. But on the other hand, he was seeing problems so clearly, and so he had envisioned in 1966 for the first time the idea of a Weltmusik, and he had composed a much more abstract piece, which was called Telemusik. And in 1973, he has written a paper where he for the first time states that the tourist is a new metamorphosis of the conqueror and the exploiter, and where he also states clearly, or he makes the observation that the problem is that is also a problem that we are facing every time we are trying to bring outer European musics to a European concert hall. How can we present it in the right way? And Stockhausen says, the experience of an original performance at the right time and place with the right people is irreplaceable. This should never be forgotten, and this is an experience which we share still today. And something he also observed, and which seems like a vision of the post-colonial music perspective that Kofi Agavu has developed in his keynote too, is when he writes, "When for the first time an earthling can literally encompass the globe and become conscious of the simultaneity of all levels of culture, the fantastic variety of musical expression and ceremony, then musical specialization is fundamentally undermined. Despite the danger of not yet being able to master the complete range of human vibrations and of playing out of tune from time to time, the most creative spirits will henceforth attempt to play in all registers." And I'm asking myself, Sandeep, you are not only a theorist, you're mainly also a musical practitioner, you're a composer. How does this vision of playing in all registers, also with the whole range of human vibrations, how does this resonate with your own praxis?
Yeah, it resonates quite a bit. And it resonates on several levels. Maybe I could just deconstruct that a little bit. It's saying that I'm a practitioner is a very nice way, because often people say that I'm a composer. And for me, that is a problematic term. It's true, that is what I learned. I learned composition, but I don't think myself now as a composer, even though sometimes I do write scores and I do write conventional notation. But for me, the purpose of what I do in such context is to find a way how music can become something that happens in a particular context. And this extends not only to musicians from many traditions. I founded several ensembles of trans-traditional music in which musicians from several musical traditions, and as Stockhausen would have called it, levels, a word that I find a little dubious in his statement, different practices, different traditions come together and comprovise. Compromise is, for me, although it's built from two Western concepts, composition and improvisation, nevertheless is a useful word to characterize what goes on in such encounters, namely that there are things that people want to maintain, that people want to remember and want to recognize. And by people, I mean both the audiences and the musicians themselves. And others which are open to play, which are open to manipulation, open to conversation. And the confluence of these two things creates very complex musical structures, which also question many aspects of the listening experience. So the other part of finding a way that music can happen is to question the concert. itself, so the concert form. As you have said in your introduction, the concert form is being questioned by a virus now much more effectively than any composer or musician could have ever done. But it was part of, or is still part of my my interest in decolonizing, that has led to decolonizing the concept form too, as a way of presenting that is a special choice, not the standard for how to do things. And I think, without having been able to see yesterday's performances, I know the two composers. I'm sure that their presentations were not classical, conventional concerts. And that's a move that already destabilizes the narrative of superiority and the pinnacle and the end point of all musical evolution that even I, when I was studying, was told was the state of the world, the musical world. So interrogating that is an important aspect of my practice. And I have two examples that I want to show. One is not of me. One is by Jeremy Dutcher, who is an indigenous Wolastoq North American First Nation singer, who has trained as an opera singer, who was singing in the opera, and one day he came to me and said, I've discovered.
Maybe, Sandeep, we moving already now to the last example of our session. Also, as a we have plenty of more stories, so you have to meet us for another listening session. Then hopefully in presence of everybody. But in a way, your description of your own practice is a very good link also to the next panel, where we will meet 4 composers, also speaking about their personal perspective. And maybe to close our session, we could have a look into a video with a work of yours, where we can still get a...
It's not a work of mine, it's a situation that I created, or a context that I completed. And it's kind of a traditional one here, because this is a reflection on a piece by Claude Vivier, a student of Stockhausen, made by composers and music inventors and music from many different traditions, from Iran to Senegal, from Montreal to Europe. So this is a trailer. The whole concept can be seen on YouTube.
On n'existe plus dans un monde où il y a des cultures closes, ça n'existait jamais d'ailleurs, mais on a pensé pendant longtemps que les cultures sont séparées l'un de l'autre. C'est pas vrai. On a travaillé pendant 1 an à trouver un langage commun, une sorte de manière de se parler musicalement. Et à partir d'un certain moment, on a trouvé ce thème qui est de la pièce de Claude Vivier, et je rêverais cette ville étrange, comme un fil conducteur pour notre travail.
C'était cette idée de carrefour où nous allons apprendre l'un de l'autre, donc un terrain de création vraiment ouvert à l'autrui. On a voulu vraiment aller chercher ces différences et faire rencontrer ces différences pour construire à partir de ça.
L'idée, c'est de savoir comment on peut construire une musique qui ne tombe pas dans les clichés de l'interculturalité ou le multiculturalisme, mais qui approche cet amalgame de façon réfléchie, je dirais, de façon critique.
Tous les musiciens ont 3-4 traditions déjà. Ils n'ont pas une tradition, ils sont bilingues, trilingues en musique. Tout est oral aussi, on n'a presque pas de partition. Les partitions sont seulement de mémoire. C'est vraiment tout dans nos têtes, et dans le corps, et dans l'interaction sociale.
Dans plusieurs traditions, l'instrumentiste et à la fois compositeur. Ça veut dire, dans son apprentissage de la musique, de l'instrument, il approche toujours son instrument avec une approche créatrice aussi. Donc il faut improviser, il faut savoir improviser, il faut connaître le langage musical pour pouvoir inventer, pour pouvoir créer. Et bon, Sandeep est arrivé avec cette idée de cette merveilleuse pièce de Claude Vivier. Et je reverrai cette ville étrange que Vivier a écrite un peu en pensant en fait à tous ces voyages qu'il a fait autour du monde, en Asie, en Proche-Orient, Moyen-Orient. Il a écrit cette pièce que nous avons tous adorée en fait dès la première écoute, tous les membres de ce collectif. Et on a décidé d'utiliser comme fil rouge, comme fil conducteur. Donc à la fois s'en inspirer pour extraire certains éléments musicaux, pour en refaire autre chose, à notre manière, et concevoir une ville étrange, une ville, l'étrangeté là-dedans est à la fois très positif et très mystique et très rêveur en fait.
Claude Vivier, c'est quelqu'un qui se passionnait pour le voyage et pour la découverte des cultures extra-européennes. Sa musique est vraiment empreinte de cette rencontre, cette découverte des musiques des autres cultures, et aussi met en scène un peu le personnage de Vivier lui-même et son émerveillement face à peut-être des cérémonies ou des rites qu'il ne comprend peut-être pas.
On sait exactement que ce n'est pas la manière traditionnelle de jouer l'instrument. Ce n'est pas la sonorité acceptée par la tradition. Et tout ça, pour eux, maintenant, je crois, c'est vraiment l'esprit du groupe, l'esprit de ce projet qui le facilite.
Moi, je sens toujours mon rôle en tant que musicien, créateur, instrumentiste, quelqu'un qui est actif sur scène, comme un missionnaire. Je veux apporter quelque chose à ma société, sinon j'aurais pas de raison d'être. Et avec cette musique, avec ce genre de projet, j'ai l'impression de dire à ma société, regardez, on peut vivre et s'exprimer et avoir une parole ou avoir une musique représentatif de plusieurs cultures, plusieurs idéologies, plusieurs façons de faire, mais en se communiquant longtemps ensemble et en disant une phrase ensemble. Nous sommes tous un seul tableau, quoi. Nous sommes tous à la fin un seul tableau qui doit être un tableau homogène, un tableau quand on regarde de loin, il y a une seule unité là-dedans. Mais quand on regarde de proche, il y a des millions de couleurs, des millions de nuances.
Millions of nuances and colors. Thank you for this insight into your work, Sandeep. Thank you for your attention and for your patience with my bad English and the technical things. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are over time already, but is there an urgent question you would like to ask? This is always the best way to avoid questions. So maybe it comes later or within the break. We will have now a 30 minutes coffee break, and we are looking forward to seeing you later for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Achtung, Achtung, noch eine kleine Mitteilung, die alle sehr gerne hören werden. Es ist ein
Okay, we can see you, Svetlana. All good.
Welcome, everybody, to this panel. I'm very delighted to be here and having been invited to this panel with these outstanding artists. Also, thanks a lot to Jörg Süßenbach and Nathalie Feldmann from Goethe Institute for making this happen. And first of all, I'm Philipp Renzius. I'm a writer, musician, and editor from Norient. And the main thread of this day and the talks before is the topic decolonization of music. And instead of repeating what already has been said, I just wanted to point out maybe why the decolonization of music is still a pretty relevant topic, because it was not just politics and economy, but also music that naturalized and justified systemic violence and systemic power. Our topic today will be a bit different. We will be way more specific. We will talk about compositional practices, and the topic of this panel is called trans-traditional composing. And I really like this term, and I also like the term, the quest for a fairer music ecosystem, as Sandeep Bhagwati and Patrick Hahn put it in the talk before, because it creates a notion, an utopian notion, as if the work of decolonization already has been done. And it's not been done at all, but putting it in this kind of positive, productive way, saying trans-traditional composing, opens the discourse, and it leaves out the negativity without negating it. And we will discuss this and also trans-traditional composing in terms of its pitfalls, cultural appropriation, essentialism, and also how should an artist work with music from different cultural origins and contexts, and how should a fair exchange happen. So, also, trans-traditional composing refers to the fact that some artists are already working in a more fair way, and I hope that our artists that we have invited can also talk about it a bit. And before I will introduce them, I'd like you to invite, to ask questions with an app called Slido. You can enter it online on Slido, SLIDO.com. And the password is Beethoven. And please feel free to send questions, and I will try to build them in as our talk is ongoing. Okay, so on the panel we have Brigitta Muntendorf. She's a composer from Bremen and founder of Ensemble Hamburg. Wow, on your website I think it says Bremen, no? Somewhere I found it.
I studied in Bremen.
Ah, okay, sorry. Good. You're founder of the Ensemble Garage, or Garage, a platform for artists of different professions to develop new works and concert formats. She has worked with Ensemble Mosaic, Decoder Ensemble, Klangforum Wien, and Ensemble Modern. And her music is informed by interactions between music and digital culture. And actually, her most recent work is part of this event at Radialsystem, where we are sitting here. It's an audiovisual installation called Covered Culture, together with Moritz Lobeck and Kato. And I saw it yesterday, and I find it really fascinating, and I'm excited to talk about this later. And then we have Amin Faizabadi. He's a composer and a theater director, born in Tehran, based in Berlin. And his pieces are performed by Bochumer Symphonica, United Ensemble Berlin, and Ensemble Folkwang Modern. He currently works on a piece called Collective Opus 12, based on, as he said, thematic motifs from Western and non-Western origin. And we will talk about this later as well. And his work involves instrumental pieces combined with fictional and documentary stories, as well as sound and text and images. Then we have Svetlana Spajic, who is on the screen there. Hello. She's a Serbian singer based in Belgrade, and she's actually part of the choir in Cathy Milliken's, which I will introduce soon, concert installation here at Radialsystem. She's a self-taught musician. Her work involves very different practices, ranging from Serbian vocal traditions to pop and avant-garde music. And she has worked with Zeitkratzer Modern or the British theater director Robert Wilson. And for her, the most important thing in music is the social element of it. Last but not least, we have Cathy Milliken. She's a musician and composer from Australia, based in Berlin, and is a founding member of the Ensemble Modern. She has worked with composers and conductors like Pierre Boulez, Frank Zappa, György Ligeti, and Karl-Heinz Stockhausen. Most recently, she produced the multi-channel sound installation Ode for All, which is also part of the symposium and the event weekend here in Radialsystem. And it's basically asking what happens if the message of Beethoven, Ode to Joy, would be rewritten today. And this brings me to the first question. Cathy, your piece is it's an audiovisual installation. I saw it also yesterday. It's pretty fascinating. And it is collectively composed. It's performed by 6 women choirs of different singing traditions in Bosnia, Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia, Cyprus, and Romania. And I'm interested in the term trans-traditional. Would you say that your work is something trans-traditional?
I compose with a lot of people and enter into situations and relationships with many musicians, so that I'm very enthusiastic and really passionate about collaborative music making and collaborative composing or collaborative authorship. Of course, I do compose a lot of things by myself, but the works that I do with people, participatory social works that rely on networking with people of various traditions, I find to be really important for me. I hope that the people that I work with feel the same, because I think working with other traditions, whereas I've worked in Japan and South Africa and now this project now, the basic thing always holds clear is that I'm just one of many. It's a democratic social situation. Everyone is at the round table. We respect one another. Everyone has their say. There's enormous respect for whatever material anyone brings forth. And we collectively decide how to put this into a music piece, so that together with the choirs, we compose texts and lyrics. And then, because of the necessity to make the installation in a different way, I then took the elements that we'd composed together. I do hope that we get to do a live concert with it all.
However, I found it pretty interesting also from the technical point of view, and I hope we will have time to talk about this later.
Yes, the trans-traditional element was, of course, the fact that the choirs come from different traditions, but they too had the same respect for each other and were able to enter in a wonderful relationship. So I think we just had to establish that space.
And also speaking of collective composing on a non-hierarchical level, Svetlana, I would like to ask you, you told me in our pre-talk that you worked with what you call Serbian vocal traditions by going to villages in the Serbian countryside, if I'm correct.
Yes, correct.
What was your interest behind that, to like meet other traditions from your own?
It was quite opposite, because in my childhood I actually was saturated with pop music and some French songs. It was the influence of my father. Actually, the traditional village music, the singing of my ancestors, was something totally unknown. I discovered it in my 70s, 80s, and soon I discovered that I can't make much with some individual search. And I started visiting villages, and I've been doing it since early 90s. So now I have a huge network of friends, mostly the bearers of the tradition in their late 80s now, and they open to me totally new parallel world of oral traditions and how music, the songs are shared orally, and the text is very of great importance in that. So later it became somehow natural to connect these two interests, like lots of alternative music from my youth and other things.
So I understood at the beginning it was your voice was not transmitted so well, but I understood that the traditions found you other than vice versa. Did I?
Exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Brigitta, your audio-visual installation, Covered Culture, explores collective appropriations, as the text describes it, as potentials of the choric form. And it made me think of how can appropriation, that is actually a negative term or a term that is surrounded by so much asymmetrical layers, how can it be made positive? And was that an idea, or?
For me, appropriation, or in general, is not a negative term, because I think appropriation constitutes an identity and constitutes also education. So if we don't appropriate things to our individual being, then we don't have the chance to develop ourselves. We don't have the chance even to create differences. So when we have to create differences, we have to create tension at least to develop and to make the step. So we have to make a big separation between appropriation by itself as a process of human beings to develop and cultures to get together, and colonial exploitation. So there is a big difference between this. So when I'm talking about positive appropriation, I just want to put this into this context that when I'm using this term, and also this term where it comes from is not a negative one. It's one that the negative association, somehow we put it into it if we read it in a special context, but by itself it's not. And this is, for example, also when Moritz Lobeck and me, when we were developing this installation, we were also researching a lot about this term of hyperculturality. And in a hyperculture, next to like a transcultural being or transcultural working. So there is one big difference, because the hyperculture doesn't have a memory. And when we talk about tradition, we always talk about a memory that we are carrying with us, a memory that wants to be seen, a memory that wants to be seen, but in a view back. So the hyperculture, and this is also the way we were thinking in this installation and in this kind of getting to know to these people, is that we want to have a contemporary view of it. Because if we make a decision, in this decision we do, no matter if it's an artistic one, a political one, a social one, in this decision we manifestate our tradition. It's already there. We cannot hide. And also when we, as we did this project, it was all remote control, and we planned originally to go there, to go to Asia, to visit 5 cities, working with choirs, going with them in karaoke bars, having a good time, filming team with us, and then really going into touch, so we couldn't do it. But even in this frame of a screen, when you have 5 minutes with a person or 5 hours, it doesn't matter, in this screen picture is manifested a very big cultural background or individual background. So you cannot hide. So it's already there. So with this term of traditional, I think I have also a little problem, because I think we all have tradition. They are already there. So they are everywhere, and they have been there, and we cannot separate them from us. But in this moment of the contemporary view or glance, we see that this, what we are going to do, our approach, it carries all this. So we don't have to look back, actually.
Tradition is something that is not about the past, but a method or a practice that is informed by. It is informed by memories, but it's not informed by notions of the past.
Yeah, but there is a big difference. For example, when I say I'm doing a piece which is multicultural, so and I'm in the thinking of tradition, what would I do? I would collect people from different backgrounds, bring them together, and then they show their tradition, and to take this tradition and put it next to each other. Then we have something that shows a multi-traditional, multicultural way of beings. But if I'm in the thinking of a hyperculture, so really that I say, okay, all these backgrounds are there, but now we are all doing the step that we try to approach something we don't know. We try to go to another step with all that we carry with us, with all the backgrounds we have, then we will end up in something completely different. But it will all be there. So there is a difference, I think.
Okay. We will talk about it later, maybe, again. But first of all, I would like to pass on the question about tradition to Armin. Because we talked also a bit before about how when you grew up in Tehran, that you were listening both to Western classical music, but also Iranian classical music. And I thought about what is tradition then for you?
Yeah, basically I'm also agree with what Brigitta said. The thing is, I think to be honest, I don't know what exactly the trans-traditional composing is. I think many years ago it was this intercultural composing or transcultural, trans-traditional composing is also belong to this social policy strategy to make a music like global. And the question is, music is music from Europe, from Middle East, or from Asia, and etc. The definition of tradition is to be understood differently all over the world. For example, when we talk about tradition in Iran, they mean classical, the Iranian would be understand as Iranian classical music. And if there is also their classical music, there's a people that they play or learned or studied classical music, and when we talk with them about classical music or tradition, then they would understand about tradition, Baroque or classic or Romanticism as a period. About me, for example, as a child, I learned the classical and classical traditional Iranian music and Western music parallel together. And after that, I'm living and working outside of Iran, and every day I have to speak different languages with the friends, with family, with colleagues. That means I'm permanently I'm moving between different cultural spaces. And I can remember I was 15 years old, and for the first time I heard the piece Atmosphere from Ligeti. At the time I didn't know about a lot about avant-garde modern European music, but this time I don't forgot that. It was through the music, images, impressions, rooms, spaces, through this kind of music. It means, what I want to say, it is like trans-traditional is that to which direction would I transition my knowledge, or is that important for the music or not? Or why wouldn't we talk about trans-traditional theater? Or why trans-traditional fine art? These terms, maybe we have to talk about that. These terms, for me, is every time interesting. We have to talk about intercultural music, trans-traditional music. Sandeep said interesting term, comparing the music cultures or dialogue is different than transition. What my question is, to what? To a space that belong to you, or belong to me, or belong to central dominates culture. Central dominates musical culture. I don't know. I try to explain but it is a question. But because when I want to start composing, I start that, and I use my vocabulary from all of my life experiences, what I did, from my memories. And I wouldn't think about that. That is this microtonal, then this concept comes from Orient, then I combine with this interval, then it is a transition now. Okay, I create a transition, trans-traditional sound. I'm not agree with this term in general.
Cathy, you wanted to comment?
I have a short response. Just something that you said. Thank you very much. It was so interesting, both of you, and it's really put me on fire now. The thing, I mean, it's about people, isn't it? People of tradition, trans, going across. So it's about reaching out, and it just made me think about our tradition of sort of when you said maybe there's trans-traditional theatre. I'm sure there is already. Trans-traditional dance, yes. Music, we're often a bit slower because we're in our room composing like this. And in actual fact, when you move out and move towards people, like a troubadour in a sense, when you're relating to people and finding out about their traditions and respecting them, they're respecting yours, you cross over, there's a cross-fertilization. There's also a giving up, there's a negotiation sometimes as well. And I think it's such a vital sort of a live process that is not always easy, and it's sometimes painful, and it's sometimes hellish, but it's extraordinary too, because people of extraordinarily different cultures and traditions, when they come together, they can actually find out about each other. They enter into a negotiation agreement and a web of relationship and work on something that becomes hyper, that becomes that other mode that you're talking about. They come to the table with everything that they have, their strengths, and then they sort of open up and, in the best sort of way, negotiate what they're going to sort of make together. That's a sort of an idealized, perhaps based on what you've been saying too, of what trans tradition could mean.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm too...
What's Svetlana saying about that?
Listen, Philip, I'm going to turn down totally my speakers because I'm having this delay and it really distracts my thoughts. It's like I'm talking to myself.
Sure.
Yeah, so if you want to interrupt me, if I got in fire, like Cathy, just raise your hand and said, stop, Svetlana. So we will have to come up with some terms, whether it's intercultural or trans-traditional. It ain't mean much to Obrad Milic, a friend of mine, a great gusla player. So I can interpret trans-traditional as a mutual trance, like we put each other's into trance. So that's my invented new meaning of that. And what interests me most is to have great artists. Later we can play that sample that I sent. For me, it was fantastic to put together one of my greatest friends and great artist, Obrad Milic, the gusla player, with Zeitkratzer. And I knew it's going to be great. So it's not only some role of playing some music and creating some music together. Sometimes I really enjoy my role of moderating or connecting people. And I think the very fact that we are contemporaries, like those guys from Zeitkratzer and Obrad Milic, is enough to do something together. For me, these different cultures actually brings the opportunity for, from my perspective, because my extensions are also in language, and so I always think about some new language, like the colleague said, some new vocabulary. And for me, it's fascinating how we can come up with totally new, unexpected ways of symbolizing or coding some meanings, which actually helps us to resolve again and again the troubles we are in as humans, because there are new questions ahead of us, and we are searching for new answers and for new modes. And I would also agree it's so important for our development.
Thank you. Maybe we stay at Svetlana now and play an example of one of your pieces, because you just mentioned it already. The pieces or the release with Zeitkratzer Ensemble.
Yes, well, it's very long piece, 13 minutes long, but I suggest we play 30 seconds from the 7th minute, somewhere from the middle, and then we jump to the 12th minute, and again some 30 seconds. And then I make some comment if everybody agrees.
Let's see if we can do that technically, because we are also out of order now. We wanted to have another order. It's just improvisation now. Is it possible?
Oh, okay. If you want another order, I can. You are the moderator. Say what you want.
Braćo moja i družina
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate for this opportunity to share a few points, and with Cathy, we became great friends. This is technically the most, maybe the most important moment in my life. So if I am to choose one moment, maybe it would be, I think it would be that one. You know, the moment when Obrad Milic, 8-year-old gusla player, so brought up in those traditions of telling epic stories with the accompaniment of the gusla, is playing together with Zeitkratzer. So imagine this entire context, like the song is, the story is assassination in Sarajevo, which is like part of classic epic repertoire in the Balkans. We are in Haus der Kulturen der Welt in Berlin with German musicians, and we have Zeitkratzers, like time scratchers. So for me, this entire context, and as you can hear in the beginning, it was the presence of voice and everything. The piece is very long. In the very end, all the words totally disappear in this very, very powerful, stormy sound field of Zeitkratzer. So for me, it was like a new chance to rebuild something, like relation between Germans and Serbs, and to put all the history into one spot. And for Obrad, it was also very much important because we also have sort of auto-colonialization, because people, traditional singers, our musicians are not very much recognized here. So for him, it was important to go first time abroad to play for Germans, and then to have these magnetic fields, like everybody's in his own system, but then it still works together. And eventually to have this like new symbol for me, like words of Obrad are disappearing totally. I mean, they do not disappear. We can't hear, but we know it's there. Like it's engraved for good. And so it corresponded so much for me with what our, let's say, traditional understanding and musical thinking is, with something totally new. So for me, that's it. I think I spoke enough.
Thank you. No, you didn't speak enough, but we try to keep it equitable. Just for those who didn't know, it's from this example you played is called Serbian War Songs. So
it's entire album. But then I came up with, when I started the cooperation with Reinhold de Friedel, I came up with this idea of why can't we bring a friend of mine? And Reinhold said, but he never played with orchestras. And I said, don't worry, he would be fine. And of course he was fine, because he's a great artist. That's above all. So he was, instructing them when they are messing up with sound check and things, and he was totally right, and other things.
Okay. So let's switch to the sound example, because we have we brought examples of every guest, and Brigitta, you also brought a sound example. You will comment on it later, so maybe we just listen to it and then it's with a fresh ear.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Stop!
it seems that obviously you work with a lot of different art forms, theater, performance, and music, and you also work with in close proximity with other people. And what is your motivation behind that?
It's actually this creating differences. So and trying to find new accesses, and especially with dance, I really like the process of dance. So how a dance piece develops, how they research, how they rehearse. Because in music, I'm used normally to that we compose pieces and then we have 2 rehearsals and then the main rehearsal and then the show. So there is not really time to develop material. So I develop the material at home and then I come and the frame in which I can work on material is quite small. So with Stephanie Thier, she's the choreographer of this piece. It was our second collaboration, Bataille Dimanche, Bilderschlachten. We build up a community of practice, and this we also do for our next piece, which is coming next year. It's called Archipel. And this means that we work with musicians and dancers together, and over a longer period, and like 2 weeks, 1 year before, then 2 weeks, 3 months later, 4 months later, and so on. So perhaps it's not exactly the way, Cathy, what you were saying about collaborative composing. It's more in the way that we try to develop the facilities or try to get closer to a kind of goal that we want to set together, and then we collect the material and we sort out a bit together. But also it's me doing and Stephanie doing.
I think it's, just to put in the context, collaborative composing, yes, you're right, it's when you're sitting around and you're all composing, but when you're working with other disciplines, then it's a sort of collaborative work that obviously you bring your expertise and you decide on your method of working together. It's still collaborative, but you're right, it is different. But I do all sorts of practices, so yeah. I understand which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I just want to sort out that we are not writing the piece together. So that's perhaps. But in this piece, Bilderschlachten, there is a core piece which is from Bernd Alice Zimmermann, and he wrote this piece, Musique pour le super de roi Ubu, at 1968, and I really love this piece because it's only quotations. It's a 25-minute piece only of quotations from Wagner, from Bach, from Berlioz, so all the white composers we know. And he made this piece for the male white composer. Yes, he made this piece for the instead of a speech for the Berlin Akademie der Künste, and he wanted to comment on hierarchic structures with it. And this piece was not really. He didn't find the recognition I think he should have had in this time, so the piece wasn't really famous, and it wasn't played very often actually. So since 2 years he got popular. It was his birthday, so last year, and I chose this piece and we put it in the middle of this full evening work. And I composed a prologue and an epilogue, and I also scratched into his piece because I had to do it. I mean, I had to do it to deliberate him from his vision he had. So he wanted to bring all these quotations together to show, because something is happening, and this was really an aha effect for me. So when we are listening to this music, and we are listening to overtures, to fanfares, to chants, to tunes, to any kind of music, and it's very loud and very progressive. After a while, our ears shut down. So we shut down, and then there's a kind of leveling which is coming, and we level the music, we level all this kind of culture. It's of course all the European culture, but we are leveling it, and then we start to recognize that all these loud voices, that they don't have strength anymore. They are getting very weak. So, and we start not to believe in what it's saying, and we start to ask, what is a fanfare? What is an overture? What is this kind of big symphonic orchestra? So what is it actually? And what Zimmermann does is he takes the floor from our feet. So and we fall down. And I had this experience, and I said, yeah, this is so nice. So to go on with the thinking and to go on implement the music I listen to when I'm not writing contemporary music. So there is so much music around and so much material which can be music, which we don't know yet, perhaps, to follow his idea and to even increase it with this kind of performative act and music act, and to use the dancers, for example, as a protest choir and to work with them on polyphonic rhythms, and so quite hard, so that they are able to form this kind of protest choirs in a system of dealing with a dictatorship or with hierarchic systems. So this was kind of the background. And here I really like to add that, for example, when I work with an orchestra, this was with the Le Siècle. It's a very young orchestra of young people. They are quite open-minded. That's not the normal orchestra we are facing when we are working with orchestras. So, so I distributed the musicians in the space in the beginning, and then they got into the pit, and in the end they got out of the pit. They climbed up a ladder, and they were part of the performance. And this kind of thing, I know that I cannot do it with a normal orchestra. So and there I'm coming to a border where I say, hey, this is my culture, or is it my culture? I'm going up here in this orchestra invention. It's also based here, and then I feel this barrier that of course with an orchestra which is so full of hierarchic systems, and I try to separate them. I put all the musicians in different groups, so I didn't use any strings, only the woodwinds, so like a deconstructed orchestra. But even if I try to find a solution to break this hierarchic system, so I know that I will be always confronted with this fact that the musicians will tell me, hey, I'm not going to walk around, I'm a brass player. So I'm confronted with something cultural which is so close, no? It's not exotic, it's nothing, it's quite here, near. And and this make me think also in this whole discussion. No?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's similar to also how Svetlana works as a self-taught musician who works with orchestras, and a clash of traditions, then I would say, which is maybe then trans-traditional to work within a tradition and deconstruct it at the same time. Before we are getting to other examples of trans-traditional composing, I would like to jump to Amen and then to Cathy to show their examples. So let's start with Amen's example.
Maybe I would, before that we watch this example, I give you a really short for the inputs about the project. It is a music theater project created for two venues. It was independent of Theater of Tehran and Deutsche Oper Berlin. And it was at the beginning, I created with my author this plot. And based on this plot, I wrote these pieces. Two protagonists, a ferryman and the lagoon of Anzali at the Caspian Sea, a travel guide at the Wadden Sea at the North Sea. Both tell in monologues about their dreams and fantasies, about characters they make up. Both are more and more concerned with the question whether they themselves are fantasy products of another person, and ask themselves how and if they can answer this question. At the same time, the protagonists are looking for the creator of a timeless and spaceless sound melody that has burned itself into their heads. And yes, let's see that. Watch and in this.
صدا فقط چیزایی نیست که میشنوی. صدا سکوت هم هست. نبود صدا. انتظار صدا.
Hast du dich schon mal zwischen zwei sich gegenüberstehende Spiegel gestellt und dich selbst beobachtet? Es gibt einem ein unangenehmes Gefühl.
This piece was created for the Deutsche Oper Berlin, if I'm correct.
Yes.
And it's called Stories from the Lagoon.
Yeah. It was just cut it with not till end. We didn't watch the whole videos. Yeah, this maybe in this project it was also the question how linguistic and musical boundaries can be overcome and what artistic potential be released in this process. Actually, that was the question for me also. At that time, this transition happened by a listener, not in the piece. This is therefore I played not exactly the same ideas in two different places with two different audience with different backgrounds. Namely in Tehran and in Berlin, and
the piece was shown in Tehran. And
yes,
in Berlin.
As well as yes, we played 10 times in Tehran and 2 times in Opera Berlin with Luxembourg Ensemble, Claudio van Hasselt, and 2 others. And I use the elements. I use this kind of question: what is this melody that the other one hear that and know this, don't know about this melody, and at the same time the information is that the creator of this melody is the other one. And I moved all the time in this piece through the musical elements, through the scenical happenings, to find the answer for this question. But the important thing was the answer was the effects of the piece on the audience, and not more. And the process of the creating this piece was also based on the collective interaction between. I had an author, I had 4 musicians and a singer from Iranian scene, and a singer Claudio van Hasselt from classical modern scene, and also the process to creating ideas for character of the piece came also part of that from the participants. Yeah.
That's really interesting because it's already breaking of hierarchies and breaking of methods is already done, so to say.
Yeah, we had also challenges when we shoot because there is also the practicing. When I wrote the exactly notation for the Iranian singer, it was like I cannot. I have to sing more. I have to be more free, and at the same time, they have to be really synchron. Almost 3 minutes. 3 minutes of the piece. The first time it's purely music, any kind of text, any kind of nothing, and it was the communication between this all of discipline, between this all of cultures. It was a challenge, but for me, it wasn't that kind of traditional composing. This result, what happened in different places, in different cultural rooms, what affect you, the space in Berlin or in somewhere, and what happens, and how would you as an audience, would you understand this piece with the philosophical, musical, and cultural, political question, because there is a differences between people also. It was for me this interesting point to create this piece.
That's a good perspective. Cathy, you wanted to get
I have a response,
to you,
actually.
but yes,
yeah. It's just so interesting listening to the, just seeing, hearing, and then listening to the various ideas and ways of collaboration, also to Svetlana, because what is coming out for me is very clearly how brilliantly flexible everyone is in deciding the actual terminology of, is this trans-traditional or what is it? Is it collaborative, or in what respect is it? Which context am I working in? And we've had very different examples of contexts of collaboration, which I think is really, really interesting. And it's also about the sort of crossing of borders that has to happen when you're collaborating in a way to understand, the other disciplines or the other people that you're working with. But it also sort of brings or reminds me of how ephemeral the process is of working with people, that it's actually difficult to give it a name because each time you do it, it's different. And so it's a sort of, in a way, perhaps that's why we're trying to describe what is trans-traditional, but it's actually something quite ephemeral that is actually only happening in the moment where you do it. You can't really put a name to it. It's a question.
The process is a transition. I don't know, but yeah, I agree with you. But the thing is, what I want to say is this terminology is a point of view from the outside. And it is the main thing is what happened inside the piece, or inside the affect, or inside to perception. This is the transition happening in my mind, not through methods. I won't see the methods as a transitional methods, or this is the insight that what happened.
It's fascinating, and every process, also when Svetlana was describing her collaboration, each process is particular to what you've created, the room or the context that you've created, and that's a very specific one, as well as Svetlana and you too, Brigitta. I mean, it's all very specific to you, but you've created that space, and in that space, there's something happening. There's webs happening, or relationships happening, or gestures, or sound, or it's very special.
No, I also think it's very interesting to find this different approaches to collaborations, and you're, I think, especially very very concentrated on this. But I think what you were saying is this moment of it's a dualism problem. I think we have in our language, and we heard it already this morning about this hybrid. Everything that is hybrid says that something is non-hybrid. So and I think it's also this that these terms we are confronted with these terms, and we can go even more further. We can go also into terms like blackfacing. We can go into terms like when is it censorship or something like this. So it can be easily just put on, and it's sometimes it's very hard to show that it's not coming out of the artwork by itself. It's something that is appropriated, perhaps.
Yes, it definitely doesn't come from the artwork, but sometimes there are practices such as which Sandeep Bhagwati and Kofi Agavu pointed out, that if you work, I don't know, if as a composer, maybe if you work with, if you go to a foreign country and work with a musician, that sometimes there's an expectation of playing the local music. You kind of, there's sometimes the imposition of now we are here in this specific country, and now we expect you to play the local music somehow. And so I think this then is already a decision which affects the music itself.
Yeah,
yes, it's this be yourself example, yes.
Well, this is exactly the term of when we are talking about decolonizing. Is colonize means you go and watch the different thing from the outside, from the up, and tell them now you have to reach a hybrid and global one thing. Or there have to happen a transition to the one point. The thing is, for example, for this sample from I remember that it was Siberian singing in the in combination with the Serbian, sorry. Exactly. This kind of vocal singing in the combination with this surfaces and microtonal string, you as an audience, you hear what happened in me. I hear the both thing. I can understand the both thing, and I see and I hear the space of sound. And at the moment, in this moment, happens in my mind, through my body, a process that is result of this combination, and this kind of each kind of discipline of music stayed there. This kind of music or Western microtonal texture stay there, and the other one stay also there. Then they start to reach a dialogue, and we don't have to solve or a transition from the both sides. I mean, this affect is more, or what happened in the inside of we is more important than from the outside. Terminology, or
it's a bit like this building. I mean, if you look up at the ceiling, you see all the frictions. It's not, there's no cover of. It's like just it's metal and block, and there's no surface. So there's it allows the frictions. But Cathy, we wanted to. I mean, I don't know if you're interested in. Presenting your sound example as well, because we didn't get back to this.
Yes.
Otherwise, we would go on.
Philip gave us all the chance to offer 5 minutes, but we decided that was too much. So I'd actually chosen 5 lots of 1 minutes, and Philip told me which one I have to play to you. And this is it's called Piece 43 for now, which was written just now for Donaueschingen, die Eröffnung. And I was really concerned when I was given the commission, because I was in a state of great uncertainty. It was COVID time, it was July, and there wasn't much time to write. And every day I thought I would start writing, and every day it sort of went by, and I was thinking, where am I? But every day I was avidly reading the news, shocked by what was happening, and because I was sort of alone in isolation, it seemed so dramatic. And then this one incident happened where the young black American father, Jacob Blake, was shot in the back 7 times, which is, to me, unimaginable how something like that can happen. But everything in America at the moment is unimaginable, everything that is going on. We look to it as our democracy, and it's sort of slowly disintegrating in front of our eyes, and all we can do is make sure that we're strong in where we are. So I thought the piece that I wrote became a piece that was about uncertainty and then tension, and the tension actually happens throughout the piece 7 times, but within that is this a whole expression of fragility that happens in between. A couple of the other pieces that I had sent were more collectively written. One was an opera in South Africa that I wrote about homosexuality and violence there, that we produced in Hillbrow, Johannesburg, which is a pretty rough area, and we did that for schools. And another piece, there are various different sorts of collaboration, ranging from me facilitating or working with other disciplines, or collaborative writing. So, and another one was Psalm, which was Psalm 12, which is an amazing psalm about the liars amongst us and the silver tongues that say, let us make our tongue great. Doesn't that remind you of something? So anyway, no, we will play now piece 43 for now. 43 also relates to Shakespeare's sonnet 43, which is showing light and dark throughout the sonnet, which also is what the piece did. We just hear a short section now, thanks. Short and sweet.
Thank you. You just mentioned that you this piece was inspired or created in the aftermath of Jacob Blake's death, murder.
He hasn't died yet.
Mm-hmm.
He's very injured, paralyzed at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, so let's put it as a symbol of racial violence. How do you start working with that in mind when you compose or when you haven't? Yeah.
I think it was very clear to me that it totally shocked me. But on the other hand, I wanted to also construct a piece that, in a way, did not rely on this effect to carry the piece. The piece had to be a piece of music that was then constructed with 7 peaks, so that, in fact, I think in the program notes, I don't mention Jacob Blake, but I do want to mention it here because of the visibility. It gives visibility to the whole incident. And I think that's important. If I am referencing some political event, another piece that I'd suggested to play was District 6, which was about the removal of and the clearing of District 6 in Cape Town. And I think what is important, if you are including political or elements, for me, it's important that you're not relying on that for the raison d'être, that you work it into the musicality of the piece. You stay with the subject because it's the visibility that you want to give it, but you actually make it then into a piece of music. And interestingly, what you said before, it was a piece for orchestra, and I was interested to actually have the orchestra know that each crescendo, each climax there had a point. And their performance changed dramatically when I told them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Maybe...
which is the importance of narrative, isn't it? Yes.
Yes. Does anyone here in the room have a question? Because I might advantage people in the physical room now, or maybe some people don't want to use Slido because we have a few questions on Slido already. I mean, I have way more questions, but there's some question that one question that is interesting, and I would like to ask it maybe openly in the round because it relates a bit to what happens if you go, as you just remarked, to go to Johannesburg and work with local musicians. And the question is, I won't read out the name because I don't know if we should keep it anonymous, but this person asks, did you ever have the feeling to violate a border, a feeling or pity when you were appropriating stuff? Are other cultures just material for composition?
Just to start, we've just introduced into Australia, as you know, which was a colony, and I'm the product of a colony, but in fact I'm now today colonizing the Indigenous people of Australia. And of course we're very aware of that, and there's an incredible movement now to address that, because up until now there's been no correct constitutional law about the appropriation of Indigenous culture, and the Australia Council has now introduced a protocol which has got 10 points for making sure that the collaboration with Indigenous peoples is correct and the best practice possible, which ranges from respect to the self-determination of the Indigenous people to own the right of their own culture, that they're always informed, that there's consultation, and there are 10 of these points. And I think all of these points are incredibly salient and important, so that when you are working with people of other cultures, you're one of those cultures. And the moment I think becomes a very sort of personal feeling where you must consciously be asking yourself, what is my role here? If it's to facilitate, well, that's one thing. But if it's to collaborate, then you have to damn well collaborate, and that means stepping back. The person who asked that question, it seemed to me that you were assuming that one appropriates the cultures, but the important thing, I think, is that there's a certain sort of moral and ethic that you have to be aware of. In fact, there's a thing now called cultural training that I noticed the Festival d'Art et Lyrique in Aix-en-Provence is actually talking about. That was in a recent conference where when you're working in different cultural with different cultural traditions, that there's actually also a codex of practice. And I think it is extremely important to talk about, because there is a huge amount of responsibility on each person who's taking part in any sort of negotiation or act of collaboration or roundtable, that you consider that and that you set up the precepts for doing that.
Thank you. Do you want to comment on this question, Svetlana? Maybe, for example, just to point you out, because you're a bit remote on this screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes. But
so if I violated the tradition or something like that, the cultural property of, that's the question. Well, yeah, there is one situation that happened because with oral culture, you know, the very moment you record something, you get advantage. So at some point, I regretted in my youth that I recorded some songs, and then all of a sudden it became more visible, and it became the first source now. So people didn't, youngsters, they don't have idea that it came from somebody else. So for me, very important questions are not only trans-traditional, but transgeneration issues, because I also think it's something, it's a huge problem globally, how we communicate. Like the old is very important for me. The old human being, like Obrad in that context, it's not only that he's magnificent artist, but the age, the appearance, like a biblical figure in that particular context, it's like changing the universe at that very moment. So I'm thinking a lot. This is a very short session for opening more subjects, but I just appreciate to Omar, is that your name? Sorry, Omar. What you said, because
Amen.
I thought it's pointless to listen. It's just for the archive that it happened. For me, it was so important in that context. But now when you said that you could visualize everything, I'm very happy.
Brigitta, you seem to have thoughts.
Yeah, just because for me it sounds really foreign, I must say, or strange, because I think in the moment, I mean, it's not, of course, if I would travel now to a country far away and I would ask somebody, hey, could you sing for me a traditional song? Ah, yeah, thank you, goodbye. So then, of course, but this is not a process of giving and taking, no? And I think, I mean, this was also a question that Moritz and me, we asked us when we were working in Asia. But the funny thing is actually that in Japan, I mean, about 10,000 people are singing every year the Ode for Joy, so together. So the classical music is completely appropriated over there. It's quite a funny moment actually in this discussion if we see it from the right perspective. So, but I think if you initiate really a creative meeting, and it's really about, okay, we two people are getting in touch and they exchange and they try to work and try to research together, and this is the important point. And I think there cannot be any hierarchic system coming up or exploitation or something, because it's always a system of giving and taking. So as a composer, I'm always thinking about, okay, if I'm not working with material, I'm working with entities. So, and of course we call it material because we use the term of musical material, but we have to separate this, no? It's not that we think of materiality in case of persons, of course not. So and when we are talking about music, of course material, but in the other case, these are entities. So we are working with, we are exchanging, we are trying to give something back, we're trying always, and this is the experience we made also in our work with people from Asia, so from different backgrounds, also to show some processes or musical compositional techniques or singing techniques that we are used to, but also, of course, implementing different techniques they offered us to implement. So with a very open, it was very clear for what we will use it, and was free to the people to give it. And I think when these conditions are given, then it would be a shame not to go into it, because it's a process of enriching in the end.
I don't know, we can ask back. Maybe the person is still watching because, we can ask. Cathy just asked if the person who asked the question about if one has an experience in violating a border, if this person has a personal experience about that, we will. Yes, please.
I'm not the person who asked the question, but I have a follow-up question.
Yes, please.
To my untrained ears, the music sounded like, there was a community factor, like a combining factor to the pieces we heard. Like, for example, I think you all implode. Okay. I think you all, to some certain degree, used drones, or maybe even like those a bit speaking in tongues like vocals. And I thought maybe, are you consciously trying to reach a primeval, maybe pre-traditional form of music in composing? Do you know what I mean? Like something feral. There's maybe even, like, to escape the boundaries of trans-traditional music by going even earlier in the timeline of music.
That's a very, very interesting observation, Svetlana.
Okay. Did you first, then Svetlana.
No, go ahead. Nope. Okay. Very interesting observation, because I think each piece of music that you heard had a different background, but there's something about the musical language certainly that seeks to show an inner state. And of course it's sometimes messy inside, it's not always perfect. We have strangeness, messiness, we have viscerality, we have, perhaps the word that you said, primeval, could be applied, I don't know, but I do appreciate your response. Svetlana.
Well, in this particular tradition, the drones is and bourdons something very important. So you will often find it like this layered tone, and then you may say some narrative into it, and it's very interesting how people refer to that action. It's like engraving. So for me, it's like musical thinking in which you have the drone, and it indicates the time, and then when people utter the words, they stay in eternity, like they are engraved. So it's not that every form can match. And when I was deciding and when I was making my decisions, I would decide for Zeitkratzer because it can give me some sound environment in which I still may stay in that tradition, but at the same time there is the potential to make totally new symbol or something like that. So it is. And also when I'm listening some songs in our tradition after almost 30 years, now you have kind of intuition, like this sounds like fragment of something which belonged to some far past. But on the other hand, we really don't know how something sounded in the villages 200 years ago. It's just that we recognize some archetypes that really, really drag us to something. Like in Beethoven, pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa. To me, it gives totally different association because of the songs I adopted, and so it's kind of signal. And for kids, so it's like those traveling memes. It's so interesting.
Thanks. Did you want to comment on this question, or? Okay. Yeah, we basically have 5 minutes left. We would be happy about another question. Yes, please.
I'm just interested in the aspect of place when you're collaborating, where to meet one another. Is it important that the place, like we have a concert hall, some people would feel very strange there, other people would feel more at home. Same thing in a country. Yeah.
You mean in terms of musicians from different backgrounds?
The place where you come together to start the collaboration.
I must say that that I really like the virtual space for this, because it's actually it's the only space where you really for me I have the experience that I really feel okay, we are all under the same conditions. We all know the connection can break. Perhaps we have a bad sound, but it's on both sides, and somehow this is actually the space where I can really say yes. Meeting in this space it feels quite liberating, because we don't have this environment around us.
And for post-COVID, I do think that the space is incredibly important, you know, that people do feel comfortable, that it sort of has a neutrality about it, or perhaps it does have a specificity about it that sort of lends to the project something, because whoever's producing this project or whoever's facilitating this meeting is in fact a host or a hostess, and in that sense it's your responsibility to sort of provide the space that is going to facilitate the best sort of meeting. So, you know, where people have enough space for their instruments, where the instruments might sound, where, you know, people can sit in the way that they're used to sitting, that you know, the sort of distances between each other's, that you can sit in a circle, preferably, you know, all sorts of things like that you put on tea and coffee and, you know, or miso soup or whatever, you know.
Just to addition to this point is, I think there is a different kind of spaces in the term of musical events, and there is a compositional, dramaturgical spaces. What the piece happens, there is also where would be shown the piece in this area, in this venue, in the hall. It is a open air for post. We are living in a post-COVID time. That's expanded this question also. What is the function of states, state big halls, and what could be expanded the musical form? And also this virtual spaces, I think it belongs to dramaturgical content of composition or the piece. And I agree with you. This is also to think about that from where comes this virtual thinking, and also I think the virtual space is also not universal spaces. I wouldn't say that, because it's also yes, we have all of us have the same condition is foreign at this at the beginning, but that happens also under a certain condition. I have to use for example, use the glasses or this VR equipment to go in this area. I would ask myself, in which condition is also independence on my background as a participant or as artist or as an audience. Or what do you think?
Oh, actually, I was just thinking about Skype and Zoom and these things. I wasn't thinking about perhaps you were adding this kind of meeting, no? Because you can rehearse through the. I mean, we've made this experience a lot now that you can rehearse through the screen, and but just of course you will need a certain setup at one point to go into a professional state of conversation. But no, I was just talking about this very easy self-made thing.
I thought that you meant the virtual reality composition in this context. I thought that, but in general, it is also independent. For me, it's really important when I write a piece. I have always. For me, it's most important where, in which cultural context, in which format would be presented. Then this question influence can affect on my compositional process.
Svetlana, did you want to comment on this question on space or place?
Talking about my main occupation and its vocal traditions, Serbian vocal traditions, this is totally impossible environment because it ruins the form itself. If I'm to perform the song, I need very, very close relationship with, like physical contact with the other singer. If I want to accomplish some intervals, some second intervals and things. And I decided with COVID not to do Skype or Zoom rehearsals with my girls here in Belgrade with singers, because it's just you stay on the surface of some melodic pattern, and melody does not exist in our tradition. How to explain to you? So for me, it's like total ruination of me as a singer, and not to mention how vital for us people here is the physical contact with another singer. And we have the idea of one voice. I can't explain to you. If you say to people, actually it's in a formal level, it's like two-part singing. But if one singer, if you try to divide, they would say, "Are you insane? It's not possible." So it's like one being singing, together.
Yes,
I
sure.
hope this will stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's all hope this will stop, and we will also stop our panel now because the concert is happening soon. So yes, a lot of open questions, but also hopefully some questions that could be answered. Yes, thank you very much for listening and watching, and thank you too.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Bye-bye.
International Listening Session zum Thema Sounding Changes. Wir hören jetzt 2 Inspirationen zum Thema Wandel. Die erste kommt von Timothy Morton. Er schreibt Ökologiekritik als Popliteratur und gilt als Star unter den neuen Philosophen. Und er sieht Kunst als Instrument für Transformation. Und die zweite Inspiration kommt von Wendy Shaw. Sie ist Kunsthistorikerin mit dem Schwerpunkt für islamische Kulturen. Gestört werden sie dabei vom Trickster Orchestra. Ganz viel Spaß Ihnen beim Hören.
Hello everyone, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you for having me. And this lecture is called Colonialism is Everywhere, but it's not everything. I believe that the future is possible. I believe in the possibility that things can be genuinely different. I know this is true because I know that the essence of a thing is the future, while its form is the past. It's why we see quantum theoretical phenomena and why those phenomena appear in larger and larger objects, now that our faith is growing that these phenomena aren't just artifacts of how we humans see things. The basic state of things is not static. The basic state of things is vibration. All by themselves, totally isolated physically, things aren't lonely and rigid. They are vibrant and quivering. Ideas are from the past, feelings are from the future. Feelings are thoughts that you don't have words for yet. Now we all have the hyperobject feeling. It's called coronavirus. It's called Black Lives Matter. We have this feeling. It's the future. It's the possibility that things can be different. We have the possibility of planet-scale awareness. We have the possibility of planet-scale collective action against colonialism, imperialism, slavery and racism. Since tackling racism and patriarchy is exactly the most important thing for achieving planet-scale ecological action, the scale on which we can deal with the climate crisis, Black Lives Matter arrived just in time. Me Too arrived just in time. Coronavirus arrived just in time. Good, because Greta Thunberg can now go back to school, which is cancelled. I'm glad the virus took over. I find the way we call her Greta deeply suspicious and offensive. It would be the case, wouldn't it, that the first planet-scale figure conjured up in the collective imaginary, the first figure for, quote, innocent, unspoiled nature, would be a 16-year-old girl. I promise never to have my photograph taken with Greta Thunberg. Let coronavirus take over, along with Black Lives Matter, and Me Too. AWA has heard you. My whole life has been about finding the emergency exit, all kinds of confused, hurtful ways of doing so, and all kinds of utopian and life-affirming ways of doing so. I found a sign online that says, emergency exit, alarm will sound if door is opened. Exactly. I've fallen in love with a choir called Alarm Will Sound. Just their name makes me cry. I think it's the combination of automation with a sense of will, with a sense of the future, with a sense of freaking incredible intense noise, with a siren that could also just be a tuning to something, like how sirens were actually at first just ways of tuning instruments before they became weapons. Anything can be weaponized anytime. That's the thought that keeps you safe. The grief body worker seems to have a playlist. You never know what's coming next. This is the tune of the moment. It's the fourth part of Tehillim by Steve Reich. It's the way the choir sings Hallelujah surrounded by all these disco chords. Disco is the ground state of walking. Someone said it's a walk that is felt, but you feel all walking. Walking isn't vanilla white bread dancing. Walking is just objectified, reified disco dancing, a boring dance that you keep doing again and again until you get to the subway station. It's a way of trying to minimize falling, aka succumbing to gravity, aka getting shit done in the world. Keeping on, keeping on. Generations have trod, says Gerard Manley Hopkins, until the human has covered everything with its smudge and smell. But for all this, nature is never spent. The past is everywhere, but it isn't everything. Buto dancing is succumbing to gravity rather than defying it. It's what I love about it. It's letting yourself fall humiliatingly to the ground with a really weird grin on your face. In the film Interstellar, in order to achieve a future where humanity survives global warming, you have to let yourself fall into a black hole, where you can learn that gravity can talk to the past and change it. So grief is where the past can be wrung out into the future, where all that heat and motion can cool down into quivering. So grief is where the past can be wrung out. So grief is where the past can be wrung out into the future, where all that heat and motion can cool down into quivering. Grief is gravity, and it wants you to fall through its event horizon to the place where it can pull the strings, palpate those muscles, calm down those tendons by squeezing and pushing and pulling so you want to throw the fuck up. You choke, and then it leaves you for a moment, washed up naked on a quantum seashore, quivering. All that action in the street, the Black Lives Matter action, the surging grief of 400 years plus of slavery, palpating the body politic until it wants to throw up, leaving it washed up on the beach, without the stiff mechanisms of white supremacy. Robinson Crusoe without a Man Friday or a colonial missionary. Just a person washed up on the shore, given up to gravity. Gravity. Grief is gravity, and it wants you to fall through its event. Grief is gravity, and it wants you to fall through its event. Without just shore. Gravity. Robinson Crusoe without a Man Friday. Just a person washed up on the shore. So grief is where the past can be wrung out into the future, where all that heat and motion can cool down into quivering, where surviving can relax into living. Grief is gravity, and it wants you to fall through its event horizon to the place where it can pull the strings, palpate those muscles, calm down those tendons by squeezing and pushing and pulling so you want to throw the fuck up. Coronavirus is a mathematical pretzel that this form of economics will choke on. The wonderful Laurie Garrett, an epidemiologist, has explained that no, this is not a wave, no, this isn't about V-shaped or U-shaped curves, this is a 6-month humdinger of a thing. 1 year of this would be enough to create a mega depression. 3 years. I think it's time to create a totally new economy that is oriented differently to temporality. How's that for saying socialist? It's weird how stuck people are with the awful patriarchal vanilla logic of Aristotle. There are so many others. If you don't like what the logic says, say about gender relations, you can invent a new logic. It's like rearranging your fridge. If you don't like how you always have to reach behind the oat milk to get at the orange, you can put the orange in the vegetable drawer. The big question is, do you want to buy an orange at all? Do you like oat milk? What is a fridge? Mathematics. Digging. To dig is an African-American dialect verb. Langston Hughes. Have you dug the spill of Sugar Hill? I was thinking of those lines the other day. What a great, great word, talking of future-oriented. One has to be as a slave or descendant of slaves or a victim of white supremacy. One has to know that, as King put it, the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Which is more than can be said for this bloody COVID curve generated by idiot Republican governors, mostly from the not-so-ex-Confederate South, where life is cheap. There was a whole get back to the plantation vibe in June. That COVID graph of the USA is a slavery artifact. Slavery means you have been enslaved. Slavery means you are caught in someone else's past. Freedom is the future. Freedom is futurality.
It's weird how stuck people are with the awful patriarchal vanilla logic of Aristotle.
There are so many others. If you don't like what the logic says, say about gender relations, you can invent a new logic. It's like rearranging your fridge. If you don't like how you always have to reach behind the oat milk to get at the orange, you can put the orange in the vegetable drawer. I don't agree with Hegel that there are amounts of freedom, amounts of realization. He who controls the measurements controls the world, and I think that's an imperialist philosophy, myself. With an inability to measure freedom, like how in Star Trek there's warp factors 1 to 10 above the speed of light, you can specify what peak freedom is, and lo and behold, it's White Prussia, circa 1887. I reckon if we're going to go with dead white male philosophers, Kant is the guy. There's freedom and there's not freedom. There's measurement and there's magnitude as such. There's a series of numbers and there's infinity. The very possibility of counting at all. Maybe there's 3 of whatever, but you can't know just yet. That's infinity. The not yet quality of math. The fact that the world is diggable. This all means that if we're going to have this socialist thing, we'd better take all the fucking Hegel out of the program. I think Marx only put it in there because he was gaslit by the German higher education system. You can totally care about poor suffering workers and have a theory of revolution without the Hegel. You wouldn't have to have the teleology that way. Marx claimed that he loved Darwin because Darwin destroyed teleology. Why, oh why then use Hegel, the most teleological of all? Just forget it. Just think socialism, whatever it be, isn't progress. Socialism is slamming on the emergency brake. Stop the world, I want to get off. Imagine there's no progress. Or as the sad genius Houdini Hegel escapologist Adorno said, escaping from an underwater Hegel safe covered in chains, true progress would entail dropping the very idea of progress. Without a telos, you couldn't say humans are special and different, so you would have to include other life forms in the project. Without a telos, there would be a way in which beauty, the Kantian purposive purposelessness, the point of no point, would be a way to model coexisting peacefully with things, no matter what. I don't know whether this thing is a person or sentient or alive or even existent, but I'm having a beauty feeling when I hold the thing in mind. Beauty means I won't destroy you, not yet, and you won't eat me, not just yet. Beauty means the possibility of ending. Beauty means that there could be a record that could blow up you or the other's record player. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty is wearing a COVID mask in public. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty is wearing a COVID mask in public. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty is wearing a COVID mask in public. Beauty is a COVID mask in public. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty is wearing a COVID mask in public. I'm very wistful about Wiltshire, the location of many an ancient British architectural phenomenon. An earlier phase of the agricultural civilization, unquote, that is charming perhaps, like Marx said about Greek art, because it's less violent version of the thing we still have, the one that now requires fossil fuels and industry and planet death. In a way, those earlier childlike phases and all the fantasies about them We walked in spirals in harmony with non-humans, and maybe some of that is true, and patriarchy wasn't there until it emerged from the processes of agricultural civilization. So there's the possibility in there of a future, a different time. All those thoughts we were having about them are actually from the future. How to get there from here, there being a different world where there is non-violent coexistence between humans and non-humans. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty, I'm very wistful. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty is wearing a COVID mask in public. I'm very wistful. Beauty is a little bit of death. Beauty, I'm very wistful. Beauty is a little bit of death.
So, I'm an Islamic art historian, and when you say that, people ask, what, the art of terrorism? Or they say, do they even have art? And it's all because of this picture thing. So people think there aren't any pictures in Islamic art. And well, the very short version is, that's just silly. There are lots of pictures, there have been for a very long time. There are pictures of the Prophet, but in a way, that's not that interesting. Because what I wanted to know when I wrote the book that I just wrote, which is called What is Islamic Art? Surprise. What I wanted to know was, what did an image mean to these other people? That is, if I took away everything that I already thought from growing up in the world that we are all in, and I said, okay, in their poetry, in their texts, what did they think pictures were? And in the end, I found out they didn't think pictures were very important at all. What they thought was important was the image. What's an image that's not a picture? It's the image that comes inside and it enters directly into your soul without anything in between. There's no picture. Now, anything can do that. Nature can do that, geometry can do that, but above all, music could do that. So for the first 300 years of Islamic history, nobody really talked about pictures. There were some pictures. The Greek people who were the neighbors had them. Zoroastrians had them, but nobody really cared. What they really talked about a lot was music. Because where there's music, there's danger. Because you know what things people do when they listen to music. They dance. Sometimes they drink. They have fun. They fall in love. They fall out of love. All sorts of things happen when people listen to music because there's nothing in between. The image comes in and it directly hits your heart. So they wrote about this music because some people said, we shouldn't be doing any music. But then some other people said, actually, it's all in the music. Because when somebody starts off with just the music, they might get into it for the fun. But after a while, the music opens their soul, and they start to realize that the entire cosmos is organized in the same way as that music. And the more they have that image inside their soul, the more the image of the divine grows within them. And so music becomes a picture of God. So, I'm going to tell you a story about a philosopher who was also a scientist who wrote about this. His name is Al-Farabi, and he lived in the 10th century, and he wrote a book that was called The Great Book of Music. And in it, he wrote all the songs of his era. He wrote Why the Wires Vibrate on the guitar or the oud. And that book has not been translated. But here's a story about Al-Farabi that tells you all you need to know about him. Tells you all you need to know about his philosophy. And the most important thing about this story is that it never happened. So, one day, there was an emperor whose name was Saif al-Dawla. Now, Saif al-Dawla means sword of the state. So you have to imagine him sitting there. Of course, he thought he was greater than he was. Nobody really remembers him very much, but whatever. He's sitting there. He has his advisors beside him. He has the religious leaders next to him. And they're holding court. Who knows what they're saying? It doesn't matter for our story.
Was named.
Somebody comes in from outside and says, "My king, there's a little old man who wants to see you. And his name is Al-Farabi." And so, Saif al-Dawla, who has heard of this great scholar, says,
He didn't bow.
"Oh, all the great scholars come to my court. Please let him in."
Saif al-Dawla.
And so, Al-Farabi comes in, the little old man. And Saif al-Dawla says, "Hello, we are honored by your presence, Mr. Al-Farabi. Might I offer you something to drink?" And Al-Farabi says, "Hello. No, thank you."
Hello. Hello.
Saif al-Dawla is a bit taken aback. "Well, might I offer you something to eat?"
Hello.
And Al-Farabi says,
Hello.
No, thank you." Now, Saif al-Dawla is not used to people saying no to him, so this is not so great, and he's kind of pissed off. So he says to Al-Farabi, "Well, shall I call in the musicians then?" And good for Al-Farabi, he said, "Why? That would be quite nice." And so Saif al-Dawla called in all the musicians, and they sat around, and they began to play. "Oh, it's hurting my ears. Stop," said Al-Farabi. "That's horrible. Oi, stop." And now Saif al-Dawla is really, really, really angry. And he says, "Well, can you do any better?" Al-Farabi says, "Yeah, actually, I can." So he takes out a flute. It's made of many pieces.
Was shocking.
Puts them together.
And this was shocking.
He begins to play.
And this was shocking.
And as he plays, everybody in the room starts to laugh like crazy.
That you can't go. You can't go. That you can't.
And when they were all out of breath, he took his flute, put it back together again.
Closer to God.
And you know, the thing with this music that Al-Farabi was writing about was that there were different intervals. And every time you changed the intervals around, you gave the music a different mood. And so he started to play again.
Began to play.
And now all the people thought of their firstborn child.
Began to play.
Oh, that firstborn child was so sweet.
The more everybody.
Oh, they could smell that milky smell on the top of the baby's head.
And so.
Oh, it was so sweet. It's sleeping.
He began to play.
And it wakes up. They start thinking about these screaming babies. And all the people are thinking about the screaming babies, and the screaming babies are kind of hungry. Screaming, screaming. And then the babies start to throw up.
And the more
Yep. 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 And people start to feel a little bit sick in the stomach. Oh, and they are the babies. They look at each other. They're all kind of like drooling a little bit. Now Farabi stops playing. Well, there are the people who aren't really babies and they're kind of embarrassed. And so he takes his flute out again. And he starts playing. This time, the people begin to feel like the first time they were in love. Oh, they have such longing. They think about that distant place. Most of them, of course this is in Baghdad, they think of a place that's in the desert. There are camels who are walking around, and the air smells fresh, hot. It's cooling off and it's evening, and they can see the yellow and the pink and the blue of the sky. And there's their beloved in the distance. Because this is what all the poetry is about. It's always the beloved who's been lost. And it's the most beautiful poetry that they ever knew.
closer to God. Somewhere.
And then Farabi took his flute.
And that is.
He began to change it around.
Somewhere. Closer to God.
He thought for a moment.
And that is.
Played something.
Somewhere.
Nobody had ever heard.
Closer to
It went.
God.
Sound of the train that would be in the future. They didn't know what to feel. It was fast. There was smoke. Kept going. It was kind of thrilling. It had rails that cut through the desert. It smells bad.
Somewhere. Closer to God.
And then he thought a little bit more, and he played a little bit faster. And all of a sudden they felt the wind. They imagined they were flying. It wasn't like the flying they knew. It wasn't on a carpet. They were in an airplane. The airplane was very quiet. So, put his flute together again. All of the people began to cry. They cried for the ones who had died. They cried more for the ones who were living. They cried from everything that had given them sorrow. Tears. Tears filled the entire room. The cats sleeping in the corner had to get up. They shook themselves off because they were kind of wet. So many tears. Farabi's feet started to get wet. He decided it was time to change around the flute again. And his hands began to shake as he played a new song, which was the song of fear. Of course, there's always fear of wild animals. There's fear of God. There's a bigger fear of not God. And everybody was shaking. And Al-Farabi was shaking so much, he could barely rearrange his flute. And then Al-Farabi took his flute and he played again. And everybody felt very relaxed. They heard lullabies, relaxed, and everybody fell asleep.
The more everybody relaxed,
and Al-Farabi
and relaxed,
walked away.
And relaxed, and relaxed. The more everybody relaxed, and relaxed, and relaxed, and that is, and relaxed,
somewhere and closer to God.
You're supposed to all be asleep.